Hi! Hello! Welcome! Welcome! Welcome, Kampers! It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been like 1 day since I last streamed, you know? You must have missed me a lot. I guess I'll let you tell me how much you missed me. Hi! Hello, it's been decades, it has. Yeah, it has been. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. I missed you guys. I'll never taking a break again. Actually, no, I didn't need that break because I was cooking. But how was your sleep? I was at work. What do you mean sleep? I wish I was sleeping. Oh yeah, I made dinner. I made spaghetti because I'd be a perfect housewife, and the only thing I know how to make is spaghetti. But we missed you all for the whole 1 day. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I have such a rapport, a positive influence on you guys. That you guys want me around so bad. You guys want me around so bad. Oh, I have a material for you. If you like spaghetti, sorry. Hi, honey. Would you like a bath? Some spaghetti? Or some spaghetti from yesterday? Try wiping it up. I'm literally perfect. What can I say? I work a minimum wage job and I still come home to make spaghetti. Like, what else do you want? Oh, it's a classic. It's the only thing I know how to make. So I mean, there's also like the chicken with like the curry rice, but nobody in the house likes it when I make it. They only like it when my dad makes it. I'll take the leftovers. Okay, Pagan. I really, Kara, I'm not doing GFE Wilderwood. Sorry, my GFE is me making you spaghetti. If you can't handle spaghetti every single day, then leave. Oh, I just noticed the writing on your hat. It's thematically relevant. It's thematically relevant to the material we're gonna be covering today. I'm submissive and genetically modifiable. Rather have rice and spaghetti? God damn it. We don't really eat rice anymore as much as we used to. I don't remember the last time we had like a stir fry. Maybe I should step up. Maybe I'll like go and like make stir fry by myself and then nobody will want to eat it. But I do remember that most of the time when they used to make stir fry, they used to make it like really watery. Oh, but submissive and genetically modifiable. It's different than modifiable, okay? There is a difference there. There is a difference. Say so, by the way. It's a meme. Of course I'm say so. Of course I'm say so. I had to Google like what kind of funny stuff I could put on my hat because I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything from the novel. Oh my god, it's gonna be a journey today. Yeah. Stir fry or spaghetti? Ew, no. It's a meme. It is a meme. Stop making me sound weird. I'm a normal, well-behaved streamer. I'm well conditioned to the things that society does every day. Yes. I'm societally broken in. I know how to act in public. Oh, okay. All right. So do you guys want to do roll call? I'm sorry, I'm so like hyper. I'm so hyper because I just really wanted to stream. If you insist. Okay, campers. Roll call. Hi, Innerai, Pateo, Demon, username, Rewind,
Joseph Stalin,
Skittles, Joke Suffer, Geek Lord, Zero, Icy Cheesecake, Joho, Gown, Papa John, Mike Thito, Drill Codus, Odious, Cobster, Motsu, Dirkley, respectfully known, Phil, Notorious, BSG, Jury Terror, Gunslinging Greaser, Otius Kakambo, Gnarly Burkles, Underseer, Naraka, Mito, Kevin Kuhn, Bacon, Francis Arakia, Mark G, Andres Gomez, Claire, Red Crow, Sonini, Nate Monkey, Rugen, Nano, Rain, Paco, Mothman, Ben Epic, Akira the Snick, Seagull, Yusin, Drioscari, Denpad, Thrillville, Murguff, Biku, hello, Checkers, hello, welcome, Dogwater, hello, welcome, and on Twitch side, hello, if I could scroll, if I could please, let me scroll, sorry, okay, there's Bacon, Naraka, Sif, Haku, Maro, Narek, and Ray the Silent Guy, hello, welcome. And we're going back to the YouTube side because people are catching up. Hi, hello, Yasu, Davey, CS, hello. Damn, she was. I did not. I already said your name. It's not my fault you're not paying attention. Hi, Joan. Hello, welcome. Oh, but yeah. Today we're gonna be. Today we're reading. Today we're reading. All Tomorrows. All Tomorrows. It's like a speculative evolution novel. It's relatively short. I'm hoping that we can like get through it within 4 hours. I'll whip out some water actually. I have iced tea. I bought iced tea. It's gonna be gone by tomorrow because I'm an iced tea freak. But I have green tea apple flavor iced tea. I was about to say ice cream. Okay, let me say hi, Mio, Jupiter, boy, Tankward Dan, and Lord Mordos. Hello. If you read All Tomorrow today, will you read The Man After Man next? Isn't there like a Yesterday's one? Yesterday's. Wait, All Tomorrows. Yesterday's. There's like all Yesterdays. And he like puts together why are these dinosaurs schmucking? Oh, it's got its wiener out. Never mind, we're not reading that one. Okay. Oh, hi Jungsu, thank you for raiding. Hello, welcome. Let's just move on from the dinosaur wiener. Hello, welcome. Hi, Tentiruzi. Hello, and Jungsu for hello, welcome. Don't ask me what I just saw. Just know that it looks like an orca wiener. Oh, okay, well, having the wiener out. No, but that's educational. I got jump scared because I was looking at all Yesterdays, and it's like, Conway Hall, 7th December 2012, London City Nights. It's, I don't know if I get it anymore. I'm scrolling. I am moving past this. We don't want this. We do not like this. Are you familiar with orca wieners? Next question. I used to watch a lot of nature documentaries. I used to be one of those like wolf kids, you know. I used to watch a lot of like, this alpha male wants to eat the carcass first, you know. Truly freaky? No! I'm not looking. I closed it. Thank you, Bullock, my protector, my white knight. Help me. They're taking advantage of me. They're making fun of me for knowing what a wiener looks like. But yeah, wait, you aren't, yeah, why aren't you guys familiar? Why are you not educated? Huh? Are you like kind of stupid? Huh? You should watch more nature documentaries. You know, you should be more knowledgeable like me, but maybe not about things like that. You're not helping. I really am not. I'm not. But it's fun. Or is it? I'm getting assassinated. I seen the black whale documentary of Wilbur's. Yeah, exactly. It's the stuff you see. It usually happens like right before they show the babies. And the babies are really cute. Oh, I'm getting assassinated. First it's my character assassination. And then it's a physical one. This iced tea is bad for me. You aren't supposed to breathe in your tea, Kara. I wish I knew that beforehand. No, I'm kidding. Carbon monoxide strikes again. Yes, it does. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I'm fine. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm manifesting that I'm okay. Okay. Alright, so do we want to get into it? I don't really have any like fun overlay for this, so you're getting what you're getting. Yippee. Me and my my presence plus the book. The PDF. Okay. Okay. Light mode. Well, this is the only mode, okay? It's a book. They don't print them in black and white. White on black. There we go. I'm very smart. Flashbang. I mean, yeah, it's a book. It's a book. What did you guys expect? It's a book. Like, jeez. Easily PDFs, like, what, do you want a Kindle? Do you want me to hold your hand too? Jeez. Anyway, I can't open the image in a new tab. However, can we read this? Because I can't. I don't think this is... Oh my god. This is like the... Never mind. Okay. It just like loads weird. Okay, wait, where did the... Oh no! It's because of the formatting of my page that I did. Oh shit. Anyway. So the timeline, is, well, if I, because I don't want to give you guys my whole page, because that's, like, weird. Okay, wait, let me... Yeah, sorry, it's just my demons. Why are you not? Okay, it's spreading really far. Okay, so let's shove it in here. For now. Okay, so timeline. We're going into timeline. We're getting educated. So overall, All Tomorrows is kind of like a speculative, fictional book. We will find out what kind of speculative it is, because it is not like, oh, what would we look like in, like, I don't know, 1,000 years if evolution just kind of kicked in and did its thing. It's more like, oh, what if there was this this outside force that basically like molded itself, well, ourselves, in not their likeness, but their to function for them as tools and objects and etc. as a punishment for trying to stand up to them. it is kind of like, it is fictional. I have to state this again. It is fictional. It's purely for fun. I like it a lot. So, you know, yes. But I don't know why we have the timeline so early. I feel like a lot of people won't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, even if I try to read all of this out. But basically, there is a difference between men, as in like us, humans, Homo sapiens, and Martians. Because Martians are, you know, people that went on Mars. They live on Mars. And they, like, you know, hang out and have babies on Mars and colonize Mars. And, we both become starmen, basically. Starmen is people that, like, you know, travel across the galaxy, you know, colonize the galaxy, you know, have, like, babies in space. Make civilization in space. But then something happens around here. Oh, you can see becomes okay. So, but then something happens around here, and this is where we find out about the coup. The coup? I don't know which one to say, but the coup. we're gonna find out as to why we have so many different paths all the way through here, and how the coup affected only the starmen to create all of these different species, and, like, in consequence, all these at the end. There is also historical events in the story. We will be going through those too. Everything is basically covered. It's just a little footnote. It's just a little padding so that you guys are able to, you know. Oh, I can just do one page. Okay. That's actually better. Let me. One page is better. Let me move my fat ass torso across. Will there be pictures? There will be pictures. Yes. Do not worry, campers. There will be pictures. You won't have to stare at the writing the entire time. So Starman got freaky with worms to make snake people? No. Don't even try to guess. I'm gonna hold your hand while I say this. Do not try to guess. I'm a visual learner, but there's lots of visuals here. That's why I actually really like this book, because there are pictures, and it creates like a more like a realistic expectations for like what you'd visualize these things as, you know. But yeah, this is like a little, you know, table of contents, I guess, for the future. And we shall move on to the first chapter. I will now begin reading. I will be taking breaks in between, so we can like have a little chat, I guess. But I will try to, because there is 112 pages. We're gonna be here for a while, although they do kind of end. And the font is kind of large, so maybe we'll get through it. Maybe we'll have like a part 2, but I'll try to trudge. But yeah, okay. To Mars. After millennia of Earthbound foreplay, never mind. Off to a great start. Okay. Mankind's achievements on a noteworthy level began with its political unification and the gradual colonization of Mars. While the technology to colonize this world had existed for some time, political bickering, shifting agendas, and the sheer inertia of comfortable terrestrial usurping had made the step seem more distant than it actually was. Only when the risks clearly began to present themselves, only when Earth's environment began to buckle under the strain of 12 billion industrialized souls, did mankind finally take up the momentous task. All through the decades, traveling to and later settling on Mars had been envisioned as quick, relatively easy affairs. Complicated but feasible and manageable in short term. As the push finally came to shove, it was realized that this was not the case. It had to go step by step. Atmospheric bombardment by genetically tailored microbes slowly generated a breathable atmosphere in a cycle that took centuries. Later, a few commentary fragments were knocked off course to bring forth seas, oceans, water. When the wait was finally over, remnants of Earth's flora and fauna were introduced as specially modified Martian remakes. I'm gonna have trouble reading today, I guess. let me clean my glasses, because I swear to God, I'm trying my hardest, but I feel like my brain works slower than my mouth. Okay. When everything was ready, people came from their crowded world. They came in a one-way ship, fusion rockets and atmospheric gliders, packed to the brim with colonists sleeping in dreams of a new beginning. The first steps on Mars were taken not by astronauts, but by barefoot children on lush biosynthetic grass. And here we get a little picture. We get a picture of Mars. Lander fairies, the first people to the pre-terraformed Eden of Mars. Pictures. Piss-flavored. Piss-flavored pictures. But yeah, basically, we since formed, bioengineered Mars to be a bit more similar to Earth, and so the first official settlers did not need to have any suits on because the atmosphere and the land itself was altered. Yeah. And the piss tag is fuck. Let me know when the next picture pops up. Okay, bet. To the Martian Americans. Okay, we're getting into the good stuff. Oh my god. For several hundred years, Mars remained as a backwater, prospering but still dim. As a backwater, prospering but still dim compared to the splendor of Earth, which was glowing brighter than ever before. Thanks to the relocation of environmentally demanding industries to Mars, Earth could usurp everything without having to damage its tired biosphere. This was the terrestrial heyday, the climax of economic, cultural, and social development on old Earth. This, however, was not to last. Like the gradual separation of America from her European mother, the governments of Mars adopted a new Martian identity. They became the Martian Americans. Okay. It's so stupid. The difference between Earth and the Mars is not only political. A few generations in the lighter gravity gave the new Americans a spindly, lithe frame that would look surreal in their old home. This, combined with a certain amount of genetic engineering, took the Martian separation to a new level. For a while, the silent schism between the two planets were mutually accepted, and the balance of power hung in an edgy equilibrium. But the Terra-Martian standoff could not last forever. With limitless resources and an energetic population, Mars was bound to take the lead. It's just some fucking dude. It's just some fucking dude. It doesn't even say who it was. It's just a picture of some fucking dude. Maybe these are the Martians. Make Mars great again. Yar. Look at that chin. It does kind of look like they have like longer faces, larger eyes. Although I don't know why he looked like that. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you, but he just do. Okay, he just what? Wait a minute. Why he kind of look related to me? Got them green eyes, the brown hair. It's my cousin. It's my Martian cousin. Oh. Okay, let's put a hat on him and I can see it. I shan't. He's mocking me. But oh my god, please no. Do not give him the satisfaction of a victory. Martian win. Okay, campers, for the next challenge we're going to space. Martian Wilderwood. Hell yeah. Okay, wait, let me drink again, and this time maybe hopefully not choke. He has the same jawline. You're fucking nasty, dude. Okay. The Civil War. The Martian turnover was expected to occur in two ways, either through long-term economical gains or by a much shorter but painful armed conflict. For almost 200 years, the former method seemed to take effect, but this gradual stretch eventually did break in a most destructive way. Almost since its establishment, Martian culture was suffused with an explicit theme of rebellion against Earth. Songs, motion pictures, and daily publications repeated these notions again and again until they became internalized. Earth was the old, ossified home that held humanity back, while Mars was new, dynamic, active, and inventive. Mars was the future. This ideology eventually reached its semi-paranoid revolutionary apex. Roughly 1,000 years from now, the nations of Mars banned all non-essential trade and travel with Earth. For Earth, it was a death sentence. Without the resources and industries of Mars, the terrestrial heyday would quickly devolve into a pale shadow of its former glory. Since the trade of essential goods continued, nobody would starve. But for every citizen of Earth, the Martian boycott meant the loss of up to 3/4 of their yearly income. Earth had no choice but to reclaim its former privileges, by force if necessary. Centuries after her political unification, Terra geared up for war. Most thinkers and fantasists of previous times had imagined interplanetary war as a glorious, fast-paced spectacle of massive spaceships, one-man fighters, and last-minute heroics. No fantasy could have been further from the truth. War between planets was a slow, nerve-wracking series of precisely timed decisions that spelled destruction on biblical scales. Most of the time, the combatants never saw each other. Most of the time, the combatants were not there at all. War became a duel between complicated, autonomous machines programmed to maximize damage to the other side while trying to last a little longer. Such conflict caused horrendous destruction on both sides. Phobos, one of Mars's moons, was shattered and rained down as a meteorite hail. Earth received a polar impact that killed 1/3 of its population. Barely escaping extinction, the peoples of Earth and Mars made peace and reforged a united solar system. It had cost them more than 8 billion souls. Terra and Victor for Holy Terra! Yeah, so I guess fucking Earth absolutely obliterated one of Mars's moons. And then Mars decided to just fucking like... What is a polar impact? Like, is it like... Wait, let me... Polar impact. Polarity significantly influences intermolecular forces. I don't know. Winter? Maybe winter. I guess maybe they like fucked with the atmosphere or something. Big winter time? Oh, Ice Age. Okay, solid. Hoga smash? No. 1,000 forests we fight for survival. Those who will turn on these winter cyclists. Yeah. Maybe they did. Damn, 8 billion souls. That is a big soul investment. I feel like if demons were real in this universe, they would have been ballin'. Okay, let's Poles in shambles. No, they froze Poland. Oh, okay. Let's move on. Star people. The survivors agreed that massive changes were necessary to ensure that such a war never occurred again. These reforms are so comprehensive that they entailed not political, economical, but biological changes as well. One of the greatest differences between the people of the two planets was that over time, they had almost become different species. It was believed that the solar system could never completely unify until this discrepancy was overcome. The answer was a new human subspecies, equally and better adapted not only to Earth and Mars, but to the conditions of most newly terraformed environments as well. Furthermore, these beings were envisioned with larger brains and heightened talents, making them greater than the sum of their predecessors. Normally, it would be hard to convince any population to make a choice between mandatory sterilization and parenting a newfangled race of superior beings. However, memories of the war were still painfully fresh, and it was easier to implement these radical procedures in the wake of such slaughter. Any resistance to the birth of the new species did not extend beyond meager complaints and trivial strikes. In only a few generations, the new race began to prove its worth. Organized as a single state and aided by the technological developments of the war, they rapidly terraformed and colonized Venus, the asteroids, and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Soon, however, even the domain of Sol grew too small. The new people who inherited it wanted to go further, to new worlds under distant stars. They were to become the Star People. And welcome. These are our Star People ancestors. It's beautiful, isn't it? Our I guess not ancestor, but no woman. Jeff Bezos. Yes, if we were all made, we were all made in his image. We look like Megamind. His drip sucks. Maybe it's biological or something, a part of him. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't like tear. Maybe it's like forever. At least the jacket. I don't know. It does look kind of shit, doesn't it? Why he can't look? What do you mean? You're telling me right now that you want to fuck this man? you're for real right now. Nah, I'm gone. I'm gone. Should have evolved to have better drip then. Yeah. I expect one of these in a puffer jacket. See, they don't even have waves anymore. We like we evolved to like not even like hair anymore, which is like one of the like most important like features for a human nowadays. So maybe, I don't know, have we evolved like past vanity in this scenario, or like what's going on here? I want him to show me what that head do. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. Oh my god. Smash or pass for all pictures when we are not. No. Ew. Ew. No. Ugh. Dude, wear leaf for loincloths? I mean, it is, maybe it's biological material. Maybe it's like, it like, you know, grows with you so that it doesn't like constantly like, you know, tear. I don't know. Smash with a hammer. No, please, his big ass mega mind brain. It's gonna like, you know, take one plonk to crush him. They build like a twink. Needed bigger heads to land starships on? No. It's like the landing strip. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Colonization and the mechanical Oedipi. Okay. Even for the Star People, interplanetary travel was a momentous task. Early minds had boggled over the problem, and fantasies such as faster-than-light travel and hyperspace emerged as the only solutions. Simply put, it was impossible to take a large number of people with enough supplies to even the closest star to make colonization feasible. The existing technologies could only slug along at mere percentages of light speed, making the journey an epoch-spanning affair. Enormous generation ships were conceived and even built, but these succumbed to technical difficulties or onboard anarchy after a few cycles. The solution was to first go there and make the colonists later. To this end, fast and small, automated ships were sent forth to the stars. On board were semi-sentient machines, programmed to replicate and terraform the destination and construct its inhabitants from the genetic materials stored on board. A bizarre problem plagued such attempts. The first generation of humans to be manufactured sometimes developed a strange affection for the machines that made them. They rejected their own kind and perished after the massive identity crisis that followed. This technological Oedipus complex was not uncommon. Nearly half of all the colony founding attempts were lost through it. Even then, however, the remaining half was enough to fill humanity's own spiral arm of the galaxy. Basically siege ships that basically ended up wanting to get freaky with the robots that raised them. Which, I mean, fuck, but okay. I mean, I guess it's a reality I can picture. That's for that's for sure. Soon. Oh, one day there'll be a robot husband in my house. Auto-obsessed. Yeah. And you've put us on the wrong path. Yeah. This is what liking anime does to a fella. I mean, have you never wanted to get freaky with a robot? I don't know. I've been seeing that creepy ass fucking real, like, most, like, I think it's not biologically, but like anatomically accurate robot. It's like almost like a really weird, like, one-to-one human recreation, but it's like all machine. It's weird, and he's like all white on the inside and like see-through. It's terrifying. But clank. Oh my god. If it looks woman enough, the one with muscles. Yeah, the one with muscles. Wait, maybe I shouldn't. Let me check. Okay. Anatomically correct. Robot. Yeah, he looks like a horror creature. Like, this thing shouldn't even. Wait, okay. There you go. This thing. Like, it doesn't even. I don't know how to feel about it, cause like this, it's not even. It's. The real bussy. There's no bussy here. It just looks so weird. I don't know how to feel about it. I hate this thing. It's really creepy. This is the kind of shit that's gonna become sentient in like less than 10 years, and it's gonna start murdering everybody and making new copies of itself. I wonder what the skin feels like. I feel like it's gonna feel like latex, like the outside of like a latex glove. I bet you if I like put a bunch of cables in like a latex glove and you like felt it, you know, I feel like that's what he'd feel like. That is really creepy. Yeah. This is Lego Ninjago. This is definitely absolutely not Lego Ninjago. A statue's body with a chrome dome. Yeah, I don't know why they gave him a chrome dome. Like, they didn't even give him like a little expression emoji or anything. He just has a fucking bald ass head. Give him like a little uwu face, or at least like painted on him. You know, I feel like he'll be a lot more endearing. Which right now he just looks terrifying. I'd let a princess carry me. I feel like I need to princess carry it because it looks like its legs are absolutely fucked. It looks like it can't walk. Anyway, moving on from our future romantic conquests. The Summer of Man. Right after mankind's colonization of the galaxy came its first true golden age. Reared by machine prophets, the survivors of the Oedipal plagues built civilizations that equaled and even surpassed their solar forebears. This diffusion across the heavens did not mean a loss of unity. Across the skies, steady flows of electromagnetic communication linked mankind's worlds with such efficiency that there was no colony that did not know about the goings-on of her distant siblings. The free flow of information meant, among other things, a vastly accelerated pace of technological growth. What couldn't be figured out in one world was helped out by another, and any new developments were quickly made known to all in a realm that spanned centuries of light. Not surprisingly, living standards rose to previously unimaginable levels. While this did not exactly mean a galactic utopia, it was safe to say that people of the colonized galaxy lived lives in which labor, both menial and mental, was purely compulsory. Thanks to the richness of the heavens and the toil of machines, each person had access to material and cultural wealth greater than that of some of the nations today. During all this development, a curious phenomenon was observed. While alien life was abundant in the stars, no one had encountered any signs of true intelligence. Some attributed this to an overall rarity, while others went as far as divine influence, resurrecting religion. Regardless of the theorizing, one question went truly and utterly unanswered. What would really happen if mankind ever ran into his equals or superiors in space? What is this?
Is this a baby?
Two-star people watch a holographic movie as they lounge under the remnants of their colonized world's indigenous flora. For them, it is a life of continual bliss. Man, this would be so fucking cool. Like having holographic movies.
Yo, they're on Discord.
Yo, they're having like an IRL Discord call. Although I guess they wouldn't even need a Discord call because like they could just literally be anywhere at any time at any place. But crackheads, they look like little balls. No. Gonna lie, that looks terrible. What do you mean? I don't know. It looks like they're living life.
Do not mention Jakob in this channel.
Who taught you to read, woman? I guess I was never taught. I never learned to read. I've never learned. I've never read before. Yeah. The resolution on the hologram looks like 144p. Actually, kind of does. Oh yeah, because like it kind of looks like a face. I didn't even realize that. It's like a collar and like a sweater. Yeah, the resolution is absolute trash. I think they have like more realistic replicas or something. They group jork in it. No, do not send me Jakob. I'm about to block you, Spawn. Do not even come near my DMs right now. Okay. An early warning. During those times, a small discovery of immense implications warned humanity that it might not be alone. On a newly colonized world, engineers had stumbled across the remains of a puzzling creature, considered so because it had every hallmark of terrestrial animals on an alien planet. Justifiably named Panduravis pandora, the colossal fossil belonged to a bird-like creature with enormous claws. Later research determined it to be a highly derived therizinosaur? The fuck? Therizinosaur? Oh, it's these! Okay, it's the bird dinosaur that we all like. It's like the first bird dinosaur I think like people found that looked like bird. It's bird. The birdiest dinosaur with the huge ass claws that we all knew had feathers. The Rhizosaur. It's not the Rhiz. It's the Therizinosaur. The Riz. The Riz dinosaur. Okay, yeah, it's fine. It's just the Riz dinosaur. Big bird. It is big bird. Yeah, they look kind of cool though. But yeah, they found a fossil of this thing on one of the planets. The tickled chicken. Honestly, kind of accurate. There is no sore. Okay. Danger ostrich. Yeah. Truly. See, this is why I'm happy that ostriches don't have hands. I feel like they'd be throwing them 24/7. Like they're already like big enough menaces with their beaks. They were aliens, dinosaurs. No, they're dinosaurs. But like they found a fossil of the exact same dinosaur that used to be on Earth. That's why they're like, what's going on? While every other large land animal on the colony world had 3 limbs, a copper-based skeletal system and hydrostatically operated muscles, Panduravis was a typical terrestrial vertebrate with calcium-rich bones and 4 extremities. Finding it there was as unlikely as finding an alien creature in Earth's own strata. For some, it was irrefutable proof of divine creation. The religious resurgence, fueled at first by mankind's apparent loneliness in the heavens, got even more intensified. Others saw it differently. Panduravis had shown humans that entities, powerful enough to visit Earth, take animals from there and adapt them to an alien world where at large in the galaxy. Considering the time gulf of the fossil itself, the mysterious beings were millennia older than humanity when they were capable of such things. The warning was clear. There was no telling what would happen if mankind suddenly ran into this civilization. A benevolent contact was obviously preferred and even expected, but it paid to be prepared. Silently, humanity once again began to build and stockpile weapons, this time of the interplanetary potency. There were terrible devices capable of novoing stars and wrecking entire solar systems. Sadly, even these preparations would prove to be ineffectual in time. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this dude. Oh my god. Why he built like that? I didn't expect him to be so chunky. Oh my god. A reconstruction of Pandaravis shows the creature's rake-like claws, with which it dug furrows in the soil to find its food. Opportunistic local animals walk alongside Pandaravis, looking for morsels left over from its feasting. Okay, me at 3 am approaching the fridge. Yeah, why does it have elephant feet? I think it's just it kind of does look like elephant feet. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just like this is like what it evolved into after being introduced to this habitat specifically, because I think the skeleton of this creature was like maybe 1-to-1, if not very similar to that the no-riz dinosaur that we had on Earth. So and also you have like little pictures of the tripedal like actual native creatures that were probably like actually evolved from on this planet. It looks like a McDonald's creature. It does. It looks like you'd be able to, like, you know, get a Happy Meal from it. Although the claws, they surely aren't friendly. Looks like it would be hard to get back up if it falls. Yeah, it just like lies down, flays a little bit, you know, wiggles its little legs. Holds into an actual couch potato. Yeah. Be getting cheese from the fridge at 3. Okay, we're moving on. No more 3 a.m. fridge visits. Okay. Cool. The first contact was bound to happen. The galaxy, let alone the universe, was simply too big for just a singular species to develop intelligence in. Any delay in contact only meant a heightening of the eventual culture shock. In humanity's case, this culture shock meant the complete extinction of mankind as it had come to be known. Almost 1 billion years old, the alien species known as Ku were galactic nomads, traveling from one spiral arm to another in epoch-spanning migrations. During their travels, they constantly improved and changed themselves until they became masters of genetic and nanotechnological manipulation. With this ability to control the material world, they assumed a religious, self-imposed mission to remake the universe as they saw fit. Powerful as gods, Ku saw themselves as the divine harbingers, of the future. This dogmanus was rooted in what had been a benevolent attempt to protect the race from its own power. However, blind, unquestioning obedience had made monsters of the Ku. To them, humanity, with all of its relative glories, was nothing more than a transmutable object. A subject. Within less than 1,000 years, every human world was destroyed, depopulated, or even worse, changed. Despite the fervent Can you stop using these long-ass fucking words that don't make sense in a sentence? Despite the fervent rearmament, the colonies could achieve nothing against its billion-year-old foes, save for a few flashes of ephemeral resistance. Ephemeral. Humanity, once the ruler over the stars, was now extinct. However, humans were not. Harburger. Harburger. Okay, this is the coup. it's the coup. Cool. Cool. They're so cute. They kind of are, aren't they? These are our undoers. Say hi. Yippee.
Give him a kiss. Mwah.
I like their little balloons and their little drones. Meat drones. Not to mention the penis gun. Truly. But yeah. Coup triumphant in the fall of man. To his left floats a nanotechnological drone. To the right, a genetically modified tracing creature. Damn, okay.
He's whipping it out.
No, put it away. The prehensile dog. It's his tail. I don't think it's his actual dog. They probably like reproduce using mitosis or something. A Dobson fly. Dobson fly. Dobson fly. They kind of do. Kind of. I was thinking, because there's like this T-moth that like it kind of reminded me of it, but it's not nearly as close. I guess if you get banned for nudity, it was the dong after all. It's not. It's no. This is intellectual. If anything, I'm gonna be banned because I'm like sharing the PDF or something. Which I mean, it's already like online for free. So you know, I'm reading it, and I'm like also commentating. So it is fair use. It is fair use. Okay. Man extinguished. The worlds of humanity, gardens of terraformed paradise, seemed strangely empty to the coup. Often, there were no raw materials available other than people, their cities, and a few basic niches of ecology, populated by genetically modified animals and plants from Earth. This was because humans had erased the original alien ecologies in the first place. Offended by another race trying to remake the universe, the coup set forth to punish these infidels by using them as the building materials of their vision. While this led to a complete extinguishment of human sentience, it also saved the species by preserving its genetic heritage in a myriad of strange new forms. Populated by ersatz humans, now in every guise from wild animals to pets to genetically modified tools, Khu reigned supreme for 40 million years on the worlds of our galaxy. They erected kilometer-high monuments and changed the surfaces of entire worlds, apparently to whim. One day, they departed as they had come, for theirs was a never-ending quest, and they could not stop until they had swept through the entire cosmos. Behind them, the coup left 1,000 worlds, each filled with bizarre creatures and ecologies that had once been men. Most of them perished right after their caretakers left. Others lasted a little longer to succumb to long-term instabilities. On a precious few words, descendants of people actually managed to survive. In them lay the fate of the species, now divided and differentiated beyond recognition. It's the pyramid! It's the pyramids! Oh, my internet connection went out when the picture of Q came out. Must be forbidden knowledge. Yeah, you're getting kept right now. It's the government. They don't want you to know this. This actually happened. So they got mad that we did what they were already doing. Yeah, basically they were like, "Oh no, you can't do this. I do this better. Now get turned into a fucking floor." It's so bomb. What the hell? A mile-high Q pyramid towers over the silent world that once housed 4 billion souls. Such structures are the hallmark of Q, and they can be seen on every habitable world they pass through. So, this does kind of, you know, give us the idea that mayhaps, perchance, maybe, they had already arrived on Earth way before we, you know, did anything about it. So these pyramids were theoretically like already there, you know, the pyramids in Egypt and all over the world, because I am pretty sure there's pyramids like even in the ocean right now because they've been, you know, submerged. But yeah, yeah, picture of a pyramid. I wish pyramids were real. Same. Cookie, don't want you to know, but the ducks at the park are free. I have 43 of them at home. No, put them back. Free them. Worms. We're getting into the fun stuff now. We're getting into the descriptions of the creatures that the coup turned us into. I built the pyramids. Thank you so much. Okay. Worms or aliens? No. We're getting into it. Shh. Enjoy this. Worms. Their world lay under a scorching sun, its intensity made monstrous through the interventions of the bygone coup. The surface lay littered with husks of dead cities, baking endlessly like shattered statues in a derelict oven. Yet, life remained on this unforgiving place. Forests of crystalline plants blanketed the surface, recycling oxygen for the animal life that teemed underground. One such species, barely longer than the arms of their ancestors, was the sole surviving vertebrate. Furthermore, it was that planet's last heir of the Star People. Distorted beyond recognition by genetic modification, they looked for all the word like pale, overgrown worms. Tiny, feeble feet and hands modified for digging were all that betrayed their noble heritage. Aside from these organs, all was simplified for the life underground. Their eyes were pinpricks. They lacked teeth, external ears, and the better half of their nervous system. The lives of these ersatz people did not extend beyond digging aimlessly. If they encountered food, they devoured it. If they encountered others of their kind, they sometimes devoured them too. But mostly they mated and multiplied, and managed to preserve a single shred of their humanity in their genes. In time, it would do them good. It's the worms. It's the worms. You can tell which one's the girl. They are kind of cute, aren't they? But yeah, they have like little flippers that they use to like travel through the soil, and then obviously, you know, they have their reproductive organs. Two worm parents with their young, and this is like a little worm young. I like that they still have ribs, you know, and they're like there's like a semblance of humanity there. Is that a wussy? Okay, we're moving on. Do not comment on the wussy. The worm wussy. Oh. The fish at Walmart. A wormling. Yeah. Tentacle people. I mean, close enough. He skinned a ferret. No! Leave the ferrets alone. What a happy family. The child is kind of... It is kind of cute, isn't it? Okay. Titans. On the endless savanna of a long-extinguished colonial outpost, enormous beasts roamed supreme. More than 40 meters long by terrestrial measurements, these behemoths were actually the transmuted offspring of the Star People. Several features betrayed their human ancestry. They still retained stubby thumbs on their elephantine front feet, now useless for any sort of precise manipulation except for uprooting trees. They compensated this loss by developing their lower lip into a muscular, trunk-like organ that echoed the elephants of Earth's past. As bestial as they seemed, the Titans were among the smartest of the reduced submen that remained in the galaxy. Their hulking stance allowed for a developed brain, and gradually, sentience re-emerged. With their lip trunks, they fashioned ornate wood carvings, erected hangar-like dwellings, and even began a form of primitive agriculture. With settled life came the inevitable flood of language and literature. Myths and legends of the bygone, half-remembered past were told in booming voices across the vast plains. It was easy to see that, within a few 100,000 years, humanity could start again with these titanic primitives. Sadly, as a catastrophic ice age took over the Titans' homeworld, the gentle giants disappeared, never to return. Oh my god, it looks fucking whack. Oh, it's truly beautiful, isn't it? I totally watched an Ultramar's nature documentary. Honestly, that'd be great. There's some I wanna watch with you guys. There are some sort like 3D animations of all the creatures here. People made models and like little environments for them, and they look really cool. I remember like I was there when this started trending, like a few years ago, and people like started making animations. They were really good, really good. This is something from Baki. Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I don't like there's so much detail here. It's just like, I wasn't there when it was written. Well, technically I was already alive when it was written, but I was there when it started trending and it actually gained traction for the first time. So, maybe if I was built wrong. Okay. Okay, we're being a bit too mean to this man. He's just got a weird ass lower lip and a big fat ass nose. Did not know this is a thing before you read it. Yeah, I think it just like faded into obscurity after a long while. Yeah, but Becky missile structure through and through. Me, if I was built right, I don't think I want to be built like that. But you know, to each their own, I guess. Okay. Predators and prey. Devolved predators were common among humanity's feral worlds. Most of the time, they resembled the vampires, werewolves, and goblins of bygone lore, hunting equally subhuman prey with a combination of derived weaponry. Some had enormous heads with large killing teeth. Others tore their victims apart with talon-like feet. But the most common kinds bore modified fingers and thumbs, bristling with razor-sharp claws. The most efficient of these predators lived on one of mankind's first off-world colonies, in addition to paw-like hands with switchblade thumbs. Huh? They also had gaping, tooth-studded jaws on disproportionate heads with large, sensitive ears. All of these served to make them dominant predators on their home planet. They ran the prairies, stalked the forests, and ranged through the mountains in pursuit of different people, herbivorous saltators with bird-like legs. While their prey lapsed into complete animosity, the hunters managed to keep the spark of intelligence alive in their evolutionary honing. Behold, featherless biped, a man. Can't believe I missed the goblin age. Sam, we should have gone to the goblin age instead. But I guess we got this. Goblin furry hybrid. How does this man even hunt? Like, look at the jawline. He's been mewing, you can tell. What do you mean zero Riz? What do you mean? I feel like, you know, with a nose like that and a jaw like that, I feel like you could get a mate, you know? You underestimate this man. What the mouth do? Bite? Budget pan? Honestly, yeah, kind of similar, isn't it? It does kind of look like a satyr. Kind of similar. But instead of horns, it just has weird ears. Politically accurate gesture cheetah. Imagine he was on all fours from the look of his body. It kind of does like he would. However, why is he standing? Maybe he like stands and then like starts running on all fours. Shake hands to make friends. Yeah, and then pulls out his fucking switchblade thumb. You're a fascinating creature. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay, well, we got a round 2. This is obviously a prey animal. He's built like a herbivore. Yacht. I don't. Where are you seeing the yacht? All I see is pubes on the bottom. But where is the yacht? I think there's like a tailbone. I think it's a. How it looks actually without the filters. What do you mean the filters? Jesus Christ, man. No, this is character assassination all over again. Don't zoom in on it. But there's nothing there. It's not like I'm zooming in on a penis. Yeah, they got weird ass hands and like weird long ass. They're definitely grazers. These are herbivores. These are Sigma. Wait, no, Sigma. Beta? Omega? What's the like? What's the derogatory term? What's a derogatory term for a male? Beta, yeah, beta male. These are betas. You accidentally turned on your camera? Fuck you, man. I didn't. Oh my god. Ugh. Okay. Moving on. Cucks? Okay, you know what? Yeah, close enough. I forgot how all of them evolved this way. Yeah, it's just they just built weird. As me the IOE in my life. I've never heard of that one. Wait. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Mantelopes. Pay attention to the pun in the name. Antelope? Foreshadowing. Okay. Not all devolved people lapsed into complete bestiality. Some held on to their minds, while losing all their physiological advantages to the genetic meddling of the coup. A singular species was a prime exemplar. They had been bred as singers and memory retainers, acting much like living recorders during the reign of coup. When their masters left, they barely survived, reverting into a quadrupedal stance and occupying a niche as grazing herd animals. This change was so abrupt that the newly evolved mantelopes endured only due to the forgiving sterility of the artificial biosphere. The mantelopes, equipped with full, if slightly numbed, human minds and completely disabled animal bodies, lived agonizing lives. They could see and understand the world around them, but due to their bodies, they could do nothing to change it. For centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss. Entire religions and oral traditions were woven around this crippling racial disability, as dramatic and detailed as any on bygone Earth. Fortunately, the selective forces of evolution made their agony a short-lived one. Simply put, a brain was not advantageous to develop if it could not be put into good use. A dim-witted, half-minded mantelope grew up faster than a smart one, and grazed just as efficiently. The mantelope's animal children overtook them in less than 100,000 years, and their melancholic world fell silent for good. Nothing was sacred in the evolutionary process. Don't look at him. Don't look at his balls. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Wait a minute. I'm missing a bit. Oh my god. Okay, well this is inappropriate to show on the internet. Whose heavy can I carry? You don't want to carry the mantelope's balls, let me tell you that. Okay, let me you guys want to look at me, right? Not the man's balls. But yeah, look at they have like really weird toes in the middle here. It's kind of fun, you know. But yeah, they built like grazing animals, basically, like little antelope giraffe people. Okay. Get out, woman. Why your arm is jerking? What do you mean? It's not jerking. It's stuck in my pocket. I can't be jerking during business hours. Are you crazy? On the speed scroll. Thank you. Carl, there's dead people in our home. Carl, that kills people. The Q is secretly just Carl trying to find a husband. Yeah, I'm trying to bioengineer myself a husband. I'm in a public place. I'm sorry. I apologize. But really, you should not be watching me in a public place. This is your burden to bear. Okay, a little spoiler over there. Okay. Swimmers. And not the not the kind you're thinking of. Perhaps because their life cycle involved an aquatic larval stage, the coup had transmuted a large number of their human subjects into a bewildering array of aquatic creatures. Taken care of by specially bred attendants, these post-human water babies came in every shape and size imaginable. There were limbless, ribbon-like varieties of eel people, huge whale-like behemoths, decorative people who swam by squirting water out of their hypertrophied mouths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless swallowers that served as food stock. All of them were perfectly domesticated. All of them went extinct when their masters left. All save a few lightly mutated, generalized forms. These swimmers still resembled their human ancestors to a large degree. They had no artificial gills. Their hands were still visible through their front flippers. Their feet were splayed affairs that functioned like a pair of tail flukes. Recognizably human eyes peeked through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though not in words, and never in sentient understanding. For millennia, they swam the oceans of their ecologically stunted world, feeding on diversifying kinds of fish and crustaceans, survivors of the food stock originally imported from Earth. With the intervention of the coup gone, natural selection resumed. The swimmers became more streamlined to better catch their fast prey. The prey responded by getting even faster, or evolving defensive countermeasures such as armor, spikes, or poison. Their evolution back on track, the swimmers drifted further and further away from their sentient ancestry. They would wait a long time indeed to taste that blessing again. I just every single time I see an image, it just fills me with childlike wonder. What touching water does to a camper. Yeah, sorry. Okay, campers, we can't touch the lake water, okay? I've been telling you guys this, otherwise we turn into something like that. Hug. He does kind of look like he wants a hug. And he does, yeah, he does have a smile. He just looks pleasant, you know? That's a grown-ass man in a whale body. Or rather, dolphin? I don't know. If it's a dolphin, that's a fucking criminal. But he looks friendly enough, right? Don't spirit! What the fuck? No, don't do that. Don't do that. No. Looks like a shark steel hybrid. Kinda does, doesn't it? I think a bro got a 9 to 5. Yeah, he looks like he should. Oh my god. Okay. Lizard herders. They were the lucky ones. Instead of unrecognizably distorting them as they had done to most of their subjects, the coup had merely erased their sentience and stunted the development of their brains. Distantly resembling their ancient forebears on Earth, the primitives led feral lives for an unnaturally long time. They never regained sentience after the coup left, despite having every incentive to do so. This was partially due to the total absence of predators on their garden world, resulting in no advantage for intelligence. Furthermore, the coup had made some small but integral changes to their brains, tweaking with the structure of cerebellum so that certain features associated with heuristic learning could never emerge again. Once again, the reasons for these baffling changes remained known only to the coup. The dumb people eventually settled in a symbiosis with some of the other creatures that inhabited their planet. They began to instinctively farm some of the large herbivorous reptiles, ancestors of which were brought from Earth as pets. Soon, the balance of this mutualism began to tip in the reptiles' favor. The tropical climate of the planet gave them an inherent advantage, and they underwent a spectacular radiation of different species. They encountered no competition from the only large mammals on the planet, the brain-neutered descendants of the starfarers. Faced with a reptilian turnover, the only adaptation the submen could muster was to slip quietly into bestial oblivion.
Bum 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 bum.
A lizard herder scans the world with blank eyes as his stock grows stronger and smarter. The future does not seem to belong to him. But yeah, so basically, these guys just they took away a chromosome. This is us with cows in a few millennia. If cows just decide to get smarter, actually, I think like maybe pigs or maybe dolphins. Who are we betting on? You know, who's gonna get sentience first? Just a caveman. He kind of does, but he'll never make it past the caveman stage. Ooh, you kind of right. I feel like octopus would be able to, cause like they're pretty smart, aren't they? They have like a good problem solving thing, you know, in their brain. Like they're pretty smart, and they can feel out a lot of, you know. Moths. I don't think moths. No. I feel like insects would probably have the least likelihood of being able to develop as like a humanoid. I feel like cause technically I think they're all getting smaller, at least because of evolution. Back in the day, they used to be really big, like meters long. Like specifically dragonflies. They used to be huge, and now they're big for an insect, but they're kind of tiny in comparison. I feel like bugs will probably get smaller, but I don't think they'll. I don't know. They probably don't have the thing in them, you know. There was a Discovery Channel doc where squids inherited the Earth. Honestly, hell yeah, let's go. Octodad reincarnation. Some bats are still pretty big. Are they? I don't think bats are that large, are they? Large bat. I mean, they're big, but they're not huge, you know? Hi, Footy! Hello! Hi, welcome! Hi, we're reading really appropriate material right now. Really interesting stuff here. Welcome. Hi! Hello! Sorry, you're getting cucked for a minute, so it's time for me to yap. Hello, my name is Kamp of Wilderwood. I'm a cryptid hunter VTuber. I usually don't read this kind of stuff, but it's one of my favorite short stories, so you have to put up with it for now. I usually play games, horror games specifically, and I sing and yap, and that's my three things that I do. Did you get to the cubes yet? No. We're only at the reptile people. We just finished the reptile herders. It's not a freaky book. It's just book. It's like a theoretical future book, you know. Dan vampire, but I did. Like they're large, but they're not. They're like bird large, you know. But I think a lot of it is just perspective. No freaky book, but freaky VTuber. Maybe. But yeah, what were you guys doing? What were you doing, Footy? Were you guys playing something? Were you watching something? Kind of like Man After Man. Ooh, I've heard of that one too. Wait, Man After Man. Yeah, this does kind of have the same vibe, although the illustrations are completely different. I think, yeah, it's pretty similar. She's playing Minecraft. Minecraft, hell yeah! I haven't played it in a while, but I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun. It's a theoretical that makes no sense. I mean, it's theoretical, but it's like sci-fi theoretical, you know? Like it doesn't need to make sense. It's just for fun. But yeah, okay, let's move on. Let us continue. Tempter. This sounds interesting. Tempter. In the Temptors' case, the remodeling was done with an almost artistic enthusiasm. How they managed to survive in their bizarre form was not clear. Their ancestors were used as sessile decoration, and through some miracle of adaptation, they had endured. No human would have recognized them as their descendants. The females were beaked cones of flesh, some 2 meters tall, rooted in soil like grotesque carnivorous plants. The males, on the other hand, resembled contorted bipedal monkeys. Unlike their mates, they were perfectly ambulatory. Dozens of them ran around the females' mounds like so many imps. Some would gather food, others would clean the females, while others would stand on guard for danger. Although their actions looked purposeful, the males had no will of their own. In Tempter society, females controlled everything. Using a combination of vocal and pheromonal signals, they guided the masculine hordes into any number of menial tasks, while mating with the strongest, the most obedient, and the dumbest to produce even better drones. On certain periods, they would also give birth to a few precious females who would be carried away by subservient males to root themselves. It was a terribly efficient hegemony that would certainly give rise to civilization in a matter of centuries, had fate not intervened. As a stray comet obliterated the Temptors' mound forests, one of humanity's best chances for re-emergence was cruelly swept away. Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she just a handsome woman? Isn't she gorgeous? What? What do you mean? Just because there's a hole doesn't mean there's a goal. I bet she feels bonita. I bet she does. But yeah, the big one's a female. They basically just like dig themselves into the earth, and then the males are basically their little taskmasters. Or well, little you know, little NPCs that do little quests for the females whenever they give them out. It's kind of really interesting. Kind of glad this one didn't make it, to be honest. Honestly, same. Yeah. Little simps. They are kind of built like simps. I think. Yeah, they're pretty accurate towards that. I don't know what to compare it like species wise, cause like I mean apart from like ants, but I think most ants are actually female. So this doesn't even have like a correlation to like IRL animals. Wish I was a slave to a large woman. Well, I don't think you want this kind of woman. A male and female tempter illustrate the sexual discrepancy that is characteristic to their species. Note the female's elongated pit-like vagina. When mating, the males descend into it like subway commuters. I'm gone. Okay, we're not. The hole really was. I guess it was. If I had the chance, I'd crawl in and never crawl back out. I'll never be able to unlearn all of this. Well, that's too fucking bad. Gotta stick around and see it to the end now. Oh my god. Okay, you need to pull me out like Excalibur. Okay. Alright, alright. Alright. Okay. Bone Crusher. Through the deliberate modifications of coup and the blind molding of evolution, the heavens came to be populated with creatures that would put the myths of their ancestors to shame. Their ancestors were pint-sized pets of coup that were bred for the dazzling colors of their tooth-derived beaks. When their masters left, most of these pampered creatures died, with no one or nothing left to take care of them. But some, belonging to the hardiest breeds, survived. In less than a geological eye blink of a few million years, the descendants of such creatures radiated into the evolutionary vacuum of their garden world. One lineage led to a profusion of human herbivores. These were preyed upon by a variety of enamel-beaked raptors, each evolved to deal with a specific prey. Among these generalized niches were entire assemblages of specialized animals, resembling anything from ibis-billed swamp sifters to splendorous forms with bizarre crests that flared out their toothed beaks. There were even secondarily sentient forms in the shape of the ogre-like bone crushers. To an observer of today, they would indeed be the stuff of nightmares. 3 meters tall and hairy, sporting vicious thumb claws and enormous beaks that suited their scavenging diet. Despite their shortcomings, these corpse-eating primitives were one of the first species to attain intelligence, and although primitive, a level of civilization. All of this proved the fallacy of human prejudice in the post-human galaxy. A creature could feed on putrefying meat, stink like a grave, and express its affection by defecating on others. Okay, that's a camper. But it might as well be your own grandchild and the last hope of mankind. In eventuality, however, not even the bone crushers fulfilled their promise. Their dependency on carrion for food limited their population severely, and their medieval civilizations crumbled after a few uneventful millennia. This man shits on his wife. I just want you guys to know that. Yeah, ogre. He kind of does look like an ogre. I just love that they have beaks. For some reason, it's like a normal man. It's like a little dwarf man, but like where teeth should have been, it's a beak. He looks like he would. I know. What it's it's not a chin, it's a beak. Although his jaw, once again, I feel like this artist is really into mewing, you know? Also the noses. The noses are pretty large. Don't kink shame. I'm sorry. I'll be more mindful of scat play in the future, okay? I just thought it was a football. Yeah, he's just got an entire fucking football just in his mouth. What if his beak mouth is like a goose's? Ooh, and then he's got like teeth on the top of him. Like that'd be kind of weird, but maybe. Covered in foreskin. It's not foreskin. It's his lips. It's his lips. It's clearly like if you like, you know, if you put the beak away, it's obviously like a man, you know. Bro's pogging. Yeah, perpetually pogging. Okay.
Colonials.
These are my favorite guys. I just want you guys to know these are my favorite guys, so please be nice to them. Okay. Colonials. Their world had given the toughest resistance against the coup onslaught. So tough, in fact, that they had turned back 2 successive waves of their invaders, only to succumb to the third. The coup, with their twisted sense of justice, wanted to make them pay. Even extinction would be too light a punishment for resisting the star gods. The humans of the rogue world needed a sentence that would remind them of their humiliation for generations to come. So, they were made into disembodied cultures of skin and muscle, connected by a skimpy network of the most basic nerves. They were employed as a living, filtering devices, subsisting on the waste products of Ku civilization like mats of cancer cells. And just to witness and suffer their wretched fate, their eyes, together with their consciousness, were retained. For 40 million years they suffered. Generation after generation were born into the most miserable of lives while absorbing the pain of all that they were going through. When the Ku left, they hoped for a quick extinction, but their lowliness had also made them efficient survivors. Unchecked by the Ku, the Colonials spread across the planet in quilt-like fields of human flesh. After an eternity of tortured lives, the human fields tasted something that could almost be described as hope. Look at these dudes. Look at these dudes. Look at these dudes. Brick people. Yeah. Remember, these are our favorite. Yeah. I like these a lot. Reminds me of the I have no mouth and ice cream. It does, doesn't it? I do want to read that too. After I finish this one, we'll do that one. They're brick mags. I guess they are. Although it's those bricks and quilts, you know. Unruly campers get turned into tents. Yeah. A section from a colonial field shows the misery that compromises their entire lives. Note that these disorganized creatures can reproduce through both asexual and more familiar methods. Where's the Colonists? That's what I want to know. Hey, what the wall doing? It's just perpetual moaning. Moaning of pain and pleasure at the same time. How did they joke? It's over. Yeah, what's the point of living if you can't even joke? These guys are great. My favorite are the lizards aren't even humans at all, but everyone's accept that. Yeah. I like that one too. Those are good, but we're gonna get to there. We're gonna get there. We're almost halfway. Soon, almost. Okay. Can we get a demonstration? No. 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 The center one has seen some shit though. Imagine being the center one. Like, there's just nothing. Imagine your nose itching. Imagine anything itching. Like, imagine having imagine sweating and feeling clammy, but like you can't even do nothing. Also, what are you even lying on? Like, are you lying on like the corpses of your ancestors? Like, you know, because you obviously have to grow on something. So like over centuries, do they just like lie on corpses upon corpses upon corpses? Do they like absorb nutrients from the corpses underneath them? There's so many questions, you know, but they're really interesting, aren't they? I feel like they got fucked the most, and it's kind of fun. Okay, flyers, flyers. They were not uncommon at all in the domain of Ku. At least a dozen worlds sported human-derived flying species of one kind or another. Most resembled the bats or the pterosaurs of the bygone past, dancing through the ether like angels. Or demons, depending on the point of view. There were a few bizarre kinds relied on swollen gas glands for flotation as well. Sadly, most of these creatures were already too specialized to be anything but flyers. They had forsaken their humanity for the conquest of the sky. They had little potential for further radiation beyond their limited roles. The only exception proved out to be a monkey-like species that flew on wing membranes stretched across the last two fingers. Their advantage was a unique, turbine-like heart, artificially developed during the regime of the Ku. No other human flyer in the galaxy had such an adaptation. The starfish-shaped organ sat in the middle of their chests, directly funneling oxygen from the lungs to the bloodstream in a supremely efficient way. This meant that the flyers could develop energy-consuming adaptations such as large brains without having to give up their power of flight. Not that the flyers were going to reclaim their sentience right away. Instead, they literally exploded into skies, filling the heavens with anything from bomber-sized sailors to impossibly fast predators that raced with sound. Their world was pristine, and there were plenty of niches to play in. Intelligence could wait a little more. Yeah! This one's a girl. an ancestral flyer in her native element. Although ungainly, these creatures have an artificial metabolic advantage that gives them tremendous evolutionary potential. That's just, it kind of is just a harpy, isn't it? Pass. We're not asking for a smash or pass. Jesus. Smash feet. Okay. Okay, alright. Just because it has tits doesn't mean it's a goal. Oh my god. Freaks! Your guys are freaks! But these are interesting. They will become cooler later. Honestly, after the flesh wall, I'd rather have the flesh wall. Not in like a wood way. Just like in like a cool way. The Stumpers net at 4 out of 10. Hell yeah. We take after you. Okay, but I'm not the one that's saying I want to fuck the fucking harpy woman with a weird ass neck. Oh, okay. Hand flappers. Some flying posthumans reapproached sentience in an entirely different way. Without the augmented metabolisms or the gravitational advantages of their siblings on distant planets, they had no choice but to give up their power of flight in order to develop further. The hand flappers were one such species. Their wings, once used for butterfly-like flutters in the unearthly gardens of Ku, had shrunken and reverted back into their manual condition. Their legs were likewise readapted, but they bore a splayed awkwardness from their perching ancestry. Only a singular and an almost sadistically simple flaw held them back from developing civilization. In the course of their secondary atrophy, the wings of the hand flappers had become useless as hands as well. Their flag-like appendages were very useful in signaling and mating dances, but they couldn't hurl missiles, construct shelter, or even manufacture basic stone tools. All that they could do with their useless hands was to display each other's sexual availability, so the hand flappers did just that, flashing and dancing their way to oblivion. I am once again begging you to consider I hate this. I hate this so much. This is a terrible decision. This is an absolutely terrible decision. Get out of the way of peak. No, you pay me to see the penis, okay? I'm not gonna sew it up for free. Oh my god. Okay. Put me back. Okay. A hand flapper on the edge of his mating territory. During their almost comical exaggeration of sexual display, his kind has begun to lose their edge at adaptation. Theirs will be a boisterous, ecstatic, but ultimately ephemeral existence. Okay. Oh my god. But blind folk. We're moving on from that. Blind folk. When the coup came, they dug in deep. Inside several continent-sized shelters under the besieged world, they waited for the invaders to pass them by. It was a futile gamble. The coup located the shelter caves and remade their inhabitants without effort. The shelters became home to an entirely different ecology, a realm of perpetual darkness, fueled by the trickle of water and nutrients from the world outside. A surprisingly complex ecology developed. Please don't show the... Okay, bet. Thank you so much, Anon. Thank you. I will not show the wiener. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. I'm getting paid to not show my wiener. Okay, Man. Oh, a surprisingly complex ecology developed on this scant resource. Gigantic pale insects, the descendants of common household pests, competed with dally-esque birds and rodents over fields of overgrown fungi. Predators were not uncommon. Almost crocodilian fish patrolled the underground streams, and vast blind bats, echolocating with unnerving precision, took their toll on the residents of the cave floor. The kilometer-high ceilings of the shelters glowed in the dark with protean constellations of bioluminescent fungi and, in some cases, animals. People were present here as well, albeit in unfamiliar forms. They were more often heard than seen, as they tried to find their way in the dark with banshee-like screams. These albino troglodytes lived in a realm where sound and touch, not sight, was the gateway to perception. They had developed long, tactile fingers, enormous whiskers, and mobile ears to live in the dark. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but a patch of haunting, flawlessly smooth skin. Their perfect adaptation to the world of darkness had erased the most basic feature of human recognition. As adapted as they were doomed. Before the blind folk could develop any kind of intelligence to crawl out of their geographical graves, the glacial constriction of their world's continental plates snuffed out the shelters one by one. Can I please? Can I please someone without a wiener? Okay, this, you get a little smaller wiener censorship, because these guys are kind of cute. Okay, this is getting kind of dangerous. Okay, wait. wait. Okay, wait. I'm the wiener. I'm the wiener now. But yeah, aren't they cute? There's like a little fellow over here. It's so cute. It's so cute. He's leaking oil. I think he's just peeing. New model debut? It is not. Wiener wood? No, my wiener is not on wood right now. At this point, you might as well stay in the middle. Honestly, I might. I might. Oh my god. Oh, but yeah, they're kind of cute, aren't they? So peanut. No, Davey, no. Davey, no. Okay, fine. I guess have him. Have him. Just it's fine. It's not like it looks like it's just like a little bulge. He just got a little bulge. he just got a little bulge. A startled blind father with his 8-year-old daughter. Although he knows better to sit still in order to confuse sonar-equipped predators, the youngster screams and soils herself in terror. Their attenuated fingers are hallmarks of a lifetime spent in darkness. Damn. He's just standing there and she's fucking screaming and pissing herself. And here I thought she was I also thought she was laughing. Kind of sad, actually. Okay. Lopsiders. The crew were grotesquely creative in their redesign of the human worlds. One group of misfortunate souls they transported to a planet with 36 times the amount of normal gravity and made them over for life in this bizarrely inhospitable realm. What? Made them over... Wait, and then made them over for life in this... Okay. There's a flow problem for me, mentally. The results of these experiments resembled nightmare sketchings of Bosch, Dali, or Picasso. They looked like cripples squashed between sheets of glass. 3 out of their 4 limbs had become paddle-like organs for crawling. Only one of their arms remains a spindly tool of manipulation. This singular, wizened limb also doubled as an extra sensor, like the antennae of an insect. Their faces were different horrors altogether. All pretensions of symmetry, the hallmark of terrestrial animals from jawless fish onwards, were completely and utterly done away with. One bulging eye stared directly upwards while the other scanned ahead in the direction of the creature's vertically opening jaws. The ears were likewise distorted. Monstrous as they looked, these X-Men thrived in their heavy gravity environment. Once again, there was the usual explosion of species into every available niche, and the Lopsiders consolidated their chances for a renewed sentience. Ain't he beautiful? Isn't he pretty? Isn't he gorgeous? Isn't he just breathtaking? Look at this flat fuck. Beautiful eyes, truly, truly. I still like that you can like kind of tell that like it's a human, or at least it's supposed to have human physiology. Average spore build. Honestly, most of these are, aren't they? Prove it. Okay. I want to lift it. Don't lift it. What? No, leave him alone. Leave him alone. He deserves to be flat. He just wants to be flat, you know. Not wood. No. Look at them armpit. Yeah, all these guys just have like a shitload of hair, like in all the places, apart from their head. A Lopsider feeds some indigenous pets native to his high-gravity world. The domestication of native fauna is the Lopsider's first step on the long way towards civilization. Yeah, I gotta do like these fellas more. I mean, look at them. They look like tardigrades. They look like water bears. They do, don't they? They do. Please enable me. They do. They do. Is this all tomorrow's? Yeah, it is. It is all tomorrow's. Yeah, they are cute. They're babies. I love water bears. I mean, yeah, it's insinuated that he does actually domesticate them and eat them later. Okay. Striders. While the Lopsiders were redesigned to live under extreme gravity, another species had been adapted for life under the exact opposite conditions. On a Jovian moon with 1/5 of Earth's gravity. It was a world of wonders, where even the grass grew almost 10 meters tall and the trees were beyond belief, towering to sizes attained only by the skyscrapers of antiquity. In these surreal forests lived equally spectacular fauna, the descendants of pets, pests, and livestock of humans, who, in turn, had been reduced to animosity as well. One could see them in the league-tall forests, almost dancing among the trees as they reared higher and higher to browse. Their arms, legs, and necks had been stretched impossibly thin. Great flaps of skin blossomed throughout their bodies to dispense waste heat. Sometimes they would even change their change their color in order to reflect light and keep cool. Overheating was a great problem for their grotesquely tall, thin bodies. Although imposing, these Giacometian? What? Okay. Giacometti? Oh, it's a sculptor! Man, this guy just keeps fucking putting in references here. How to say, to pronounce.
Giacometti.
Giacometti. Giacomedian? Okay. Giacomedian. Okay. Okay. Alright. Italian painter? But it looks like he was a sculptor. Well, a Swiss sculptor and painter. Wait, Swiss? Yeah, he was Swiss. What? Damn. With a name like that, I wouldn't have guessed. Gay comedian. No! No. I have never once heard that. I think it's like... I think this guy makes up words at this point. Okay. Although imposing, these Giacomedian wraiths were overdeveloped as to be sickeningly fragile. Even on their gravitationally forgiving world, a fall could shatter their bones, and slipping down from a branch would prove to be fatal. Sometimes on the open plains, even a strong wind could bring them down like the toppling masts. They survived entirely due to the merciful conditions of their garden world, which were about to change drastically. After 2 million years after the coup left their towering works of human art, a lineage of fearsome predators evolved from the terrestrial poultry that had gone feral on the planet. Resembling attenuated versions of their dinosaur ancestors, the predators swept through the garden world like wildfires, extinguishing any species too fragile to escape or resist. The peaceful, delicate striders were among the first to go. Yeah, these are the striders. Tall, lanky ass motherfuckers. Yeah. They walk up. Yeah, they walk upright, I guess. Long, long man. Oh, he's got that height. He's got that presence in him. He got the slow walky do. And yeah, he does have the long nuts, but just pretend like that's just a skin flap. It's not his actual testicles, okay? But yeah, he's got that little fucking mohawk. Oh, look at this man in the NBA. Okay, I feel like he'd do a beautiful job. I feel like I feel like he'd pop off, you know, like they're supposed to be towering, so he wouldn't even need to jump to make a hoop. Proof mohawks lead to weakness? No, mohawks lead to coolness. It's the lankiness that leads to weakness. That on the legs? The stripes? Parasites! That's you guys. Evolved virgin walk. Yeah, it's... Yeah, man can't stand upright, so he simply leans forward. And you can already picture how he walks too. It's like slumped over, kind of like trudging along with his long ass fucking arms flapping. It was someone who just looks like that. Okay, bad. Alright, yeah, catching... Whoever you're talking about is just fucking catching strays. Oh, okay. Humanity had diverged into two separate lineages on their world. On one hand, there were several races of almost Can you shut the fuck? Australopithecine. Oh. Monkey. Our ancestors. Okay. Australopithecine cripples. Wait. Degraded by the coup for managing to turn back their initial wave of invasion. Yet simple atavism was too light a punishment for them. Their twisted relatives, the Parasites, made up the second part of their sentience. There were actually several kinds of parasitic ex-people, ranging from tortoise-sized ambulatory vampires to the more common fist-sized variety that lived attached to their hosts. There was even a tiny endoparasitic kind that infested the wombs of their female victims like ghastly living abortions. All of these evolutionary tortures were played out under the careful scrutiny of the coup for 40 million years. The punishment was so baroque, so elaborate that most of the artificial parasite-host relationships died out when the coup left. Some submen learned to cleanse their tick-like relatives by drowning, burning, or even eating them. Others, like the vaginal parasites, died out as their aggressive method of parasitism effectively sterilized their hosts. Yet one or two varieties did manage to cling onto their host with abdominal suckers, muscular, gripping limbs, and sterile, pain-soothing saliva. But their success did not lie entirely in the strength of their parasitical advantages. They also learned to regulate their dumb hosts, not killing them by overinfestation and thus ensuring their own long-term survival as well. In any case, totally single-sided relations were rare in any ecology, natural or artificial. In millennial cycles, the cousin species' various parasitism began to give way into something more beneficial for both sides. Yuppie. A parasitic person, shown real size. Although their fate seems inhumane in every aspect to an observer of today, their very survival shows that such subjective values are ineffectual in matters of long-term survival. Ideal body type. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But you're free to think. You're free to your own opinion. Okay. Fingerfishes. Fingerfishers. Their ancestors were trapped in an archipelago world, a planet sprinkled with many small continents and countless islands over interconnected networks of calm, swallow seas. Like a magnified Aegon, this place was a terrestrial paradise in many respects. Except that after the coup, no minds were left to enjoy it. On this vacant biosphere, evolution was quick to begin her blind, unpredictable dance. Once feral, the descendants of degenerate humans adapted themselves to every available niche, no matter how exotic, how outlandish. One group learned to pluck fish from the lazy shores. Millennia passed and they settled more into their piscatorial lifestyle. Elongated fingers became ambulatory fishhooks. Teeth modified for a generalized diet became needle-like affairs, lined up neatly in a long, thin muzzle. In less than a few million years, the fingerfishers established themselves as a prominent lineage. There was scarcely a beach, an island, or an estuary that was devoid of their pale, lanky forms. As prolific as they were, the fishers were still no better than animals. Their humanity would come only after another spasm of outlandish adaptations. The fisher. The fisher. He fished. He does kind of look like an emo boy. He looks like he'd listen to My Chemical Romance and fucking Bring Me the Horizon. It's not a phase, Mom. I'm a fish kid. I like to fish. Emo bro, and he kind of does have a horse face, doesn't he? Yeah, freak. He looks like a freak. They different being the JBL speaker to the beach. They win. Yeah, but this is them. They're I guess they just fish with their fingers. That's why they're called finger fishers. I feel like this is the closest we've gone to a man in like a long time. Cause they look relatively like physically man-like. That like the only like thing that would throw me off is probably like the face as well as the fingers from like a normal man. Hedonists. Even the blissful existence of the fingerfishers would have seemed bothersome to the hedonists, for their kind was not evolved, but designed for a life of pleasure. The coup had kept them as pampered pets, set loose in a tropical island world of succulent fruits, bountiful trees, and calm, lapping lakes full of sweet bacterial mana. Furthermore, the hedonists were left as the only animal life on this place. They had no choice but to enjoy it to the fullest. In normal conditions, any given species would quickly crowd out such an utopian environment. But normal conditions had never been the point of the coup redesign. They had altered their subjects so that they could conceive only after meeting an enormous number of potential suitors. Huh? Wait. They had altered their subjects so that they could conceive only after Okay. Continually over a period of decades. While this took care of their population problem, it also made the species less adaptable. Without any point in sexual competition, natural selection would progress only at a glacial pace. Fortunately, their stable microcosm remained free of environmental catastrophes even after the coup left. All these changes had also made the hedonists stay. Their lives were juxtaposed routines of browsing, sleeping, and mind-blowing smegs. Troubled neither by the concerns of disease or pregnancy. Hell yeah. Aloof and carefree, they enjoyed the most pleasurable times of all mankind's, albeit with the intellectual capabilities of 3-year-olds. It didn't really matter though. Who needed to think when having such a nice time after all?
Okay, I'm scared. I'm really scared right now. Okay, oh, never mind. She just got her boobs out. She just got her boobs out. Okay, I don't know. Would? I don't think I would. I don't think. The freaks. It would be the freaks in there. No thoughts, only smacks. I don't even know how they smacks. Like, where's the is this like pod thing the coochie? It was midder than what we expected. At least they have head hair, and they kind of look like horses, with like talons. I don't even know how to describe this. Is that a tiny eye on their tail? No, that's a freckle. They have a lot of freckles. The favorites of the coup. A female hedonist lies alone on the beach, contemplating. Oh, she's lying on the beach. Okay. Contemplating absolutely nothing. Without any pressure from the world, their days make themselves as they go along. Hell yeah. Honestly, goals, life goals. I'd like to just lie down on the beach and like not think about nothing. She's a 10 at part-time, I guess. You know what? You know what, sir? Sir, let's, yeah, we can agree on that. I feel like we need to get like really, really drunk in order to give her any sort of action, but okay. Insectophagi. Nondescript, quaint human species abounded in the post-coup galaxy. Hundreds of them lived out simple, unnoticed lives, never developing to become sentient, never learning their true heritage as star-born human beings. Most of them went extinct, not to be missed or even remembered. Those that lingered on managed to survive in shady, quiet niches, never again making any impact on the celestial scheme of things. One such species was the Insectophagi. They had quietly adapted themselves for a diet of colonial insects and small animals. They had faces covered up with leathery plates, claw-like hands to dig out prey, and worm-like tongues to scoop them up. Like anteaters. All in all, they weren't special in any particular way, but a combination of galactic invasions, coincidence, and pure luck would later make them the longest enduring of all Ur-starmen. The meek would inherit the cosmos, though not just yet. For now, the Insectophagi were only concerned with the location of insect colonies and the onset of the mating season. Damn. That's an alien right there. That's an alien. Freak. What that tongue do? Oh, they sure be looking. They sure be. See, I like it when they're more silly, but when they're more like humanoid, it's just like, how do I even feel about this? How do I even like? I don't know. Yowie hands. They do have yowie hands. Jeez. Yeah. I mean, at least this one's longer than the fishing man. Dude. Never mind. He's half neck. Yeah, he's getting there. I mean, he has like a really nicely shaped skull. I feel like with their physiology, and if they manage to actually, you know, develop any sort of sentience and intelligence, I feel like they'd go far, you know? Oh, Link no Kurt, yeah. Maybe he's a grower. This could be him limp. Maybe he's a grower, not a shower. Wait, yes. Okay. Spacers. Spacers. Guys, this is my second favorite one. It must be remembered that the Star People did not succumb entirely to the coup invasions. While their worlds fell away, one by one, some Star People took refuge in the void of space. One after another, entire communities scrambled into generation ships and cast themselves off into the darkness, hoping to go unnoticed by the beings that had overrun their galaxy. Desperate times made for desperate measures. As the Starmen had observed during their initial colonization of the galaxy, life in generation ships inevitably led to mass insanity and anarchy. This time, however, humans had to adapt themselves or face extinction. Entire asteroid fields were confiscated and hollowed out to make spaceships of unseen size. These hollow shells cradled bubbles of precious air and water, but no artificial gravity of any kind. It was discovered that a purely ethereal existence would ease the stress of interstellar exile, provided that its inhabitants were adapted for life in such an environment. Furthermore, people were forced to change themselves. In an atmospherically sealed, gravity-free environment, their bones were left free to grow longer, thinner, spindlier. The circulatory and digestive systems were pressurized to avoid heart problems and congestion. The latter change had another advantageous side effect. Humans could navigate through the void with jets of air expelled from modified anuses. Such experiments were numerous and usually plagued with failure. Yet they did succeed in creating a future. Sealed tight in their moon-sized, air-filled, weightless heavens, the descendants of the Star People managed to evade the scourge of the coup. It was an endless diaspora. Even after the coup left, they would find themselves too divergent to have anything to do with their ancestral lifestyles. The survivors of the initial hurdle would never set foot on a planet again.
The spacers. The spacers. I like them. Modified anus is great. It's a propeller. It's a propeller. Don't they look fun? This is canonically our future. Wolverine, they kind of do. Why do all these guys have like really long fingers and like weird ass fucking legs? A pro pooper. Yeah, it was pro pooper. These ones have clothes. Well, at least these ones have clothes, and I'd wager that they're kind of better than the original clothes that we had. You know, like rate the fit. It's kind of like they got leggings. You know, their feet may be bare. Maybe they don't need kicks in space because they're not standing. They got little belt here. Up here, and I don't know what this is, but yeah, and they got little ruffles on the sleeve for fashion, a little nice V-shaped collar. I feel like they did a pretty good job. You know what? Probably what they had. Bros wearing diapers. No, be nice to him. Oh my god. 40 million years from today, spacers like this individual are the only truly sentient human beings that survive. They are so comfortable in their weightless refuges, fuck, that the fates of their bestial cousins elsewhere do not concern them. They are also painfully rare. Their entire population in the Milky Way galaxy does not exceed a few dozen arcs and 100 billion souls. They should do like the Hedonists do and just start smashing all the time. Repopulate the galaxy. I left for like 15 minutes just to walk my dog, and these things have clothes now. They do. They do. Most intelligent creatures. So yeah, most intelligent. It's because they weren't modified by the coup, so they were biologically never. Well, they were never given like a reset of any kind, any setback. You know, so they just like evolved in this in the environment that they could, you know? Also, it kind of looks like they're inside a Dyson sphere. Like, there's like the rings here. Kind of looks like maybe a Dyson sphere and a star. Around a star, rather. Okay. Ruin Haunters. A particular human species singled out by its lucky access to the heritage of its stellar ancestors would eventually get to play a leading role in the shape of things to come. They had gotten through the Q invasion with relatively little degradation. Yes, they had been reduced to the level of apes, but their recovery had been quick. Apparently, the coup had not worked as hard at suppressing their intelligence, nor had they made a comparable effort to wipe away the material traces of the Starmen. Even after millions of years, enormous ruins of the global urban spaces littered the continents of their world. Thus did the ruined haunters, I'm tired, earn their names. I need to open a window because it's getting so warm that I'm a bit tired. Give me a second.
Sorry, I just like started overheating, so I decided to change my change my. Why is it so quiet? Okay, now I get it. She's being modified. Yeah, I'm being genetically modified. My fit is being genetically modified. I'm about to start wearing the skin of my ancestors. Okay. With developed minds and unrestricted access to the wisdom of the ancient cities, the exponential pace of their development was only natural. One by one, they deciphered and built upon the secrets of the bygone star people, until they almost equaled their galactic ancestors in wisdom and skill. All of this development happened in an unnaturally short period of time, and sometimes the old technologies were not even understood as they were blindly replicated. Needless to say, such a pace of a development put premature stresses on the social and political structures of the Rune Haunters. They barely survived the 5 consecutive world wars that raked their planet, 2 of which were thermonuclear exchanges. They made it through. Their baptism with fire had hardened and awakened them. The wars united them politically and pushed their technological capabilities even beyond the level of the Starmen. Coincidentally, they also developed a dangerous form of autochtone indigenous rather than descend from migrants originating in the patient lives. Locally acquired. Okay. Madness. The Rune Haunters had come to believe that they were the sole descendants and their true heirs of the Star People, and they were ready and willing to do anything in order to claim their fictitious bygone golden age. The golden. He looks like Squidward. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. These are our. Bruh. I don't know. I feel like still the spacers are still more like biologically linked, because at least they weren't like fucked with, but these guys were a bit like biologically altered by the coup. Minecraft villager. Ha. 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 And they just fucking like start trading with like emeralds. They write the hardest lore and draw their Muppet OCs. Truly. Yeah. Only 1,000 years after the coup departure, a Rune Haunter wanders among the shattered remains of a city of the Star People. The dominating form of an even greater coup pyramid can be seen in the background. Oh yeah, they do have the pyramid back there. You need a makeover. I'm pretty sure they'll breed this out sooner or later. Ew, yeah, okay. So we're officially halfway. Pretty good, pretty good. So, still got a little bit of ways to go, but we're getting there. Sentience reborn. If any sort of periodical arrangement can be brought to the history of mankind, the post-coup era of emerging human animals can be likened to a series of millennial dark ages. However, like any dark age situation, these periods of silence had finite lifespans. One by one, like stars emerging from the fog, new civilizations were born out of the shattered remnants of mankind. In some rare cases, the recovery was swift and straightforward. In most other situations, it came only after a lengthy series of adaptive radiations, extinctions, and diversifications. Diversifications? Yes. One of those two is correct. Within these lines of descent, there was as much distance between the initial post-humans and their intelligent descendants as between the first Cretaceous fuzzballs and Homo sapiens. Sooner or later, human intelligence returned from the to the cosmos, but except from their shared ancestry, these new people had nothing in common with people of today, or even each other. Damn. Fastballs.
Freddy Fazballs. They see any of this in the Minecraft movie. I don't think this isn't the Minecraft movie. Oh my god. Thank you for Camp Leader. Okay, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the raid earlier. Bye. I hope you sleep well. Oh fuck. You blacked my glasses on my mic stand. Ugh. Okay. It's just so Peem. It truly is. Does this have a movie adaptation with Blackjack? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, Extinction. Not all human animals made it through. In fact, it must be realized that the majority of post-Q humans died out during the eras of transition. Extinction, the utter and absolute death of an entire family, entire community, entire species, was rampant in the galaxy. There was nothing cruel or dramatic in all of this. Extinction was as common and as natural as speciation. Sometimes a species simply failed to adapt to competition or the abrupt change of conditions. In other occasions, their numbers dwindled across imperceptible gulfs of time. This way or the other, human animals faded out. In all of this death, however, there was new life. As one species vacated a certain niche, others would soon step in to take its place. Adaptive radiations would follow, filling in the blanks with myriads of diverse and varied forms. Despite the fallen, the flow of life would proceed, blazing in constant turnover. Okay, so this is just like kind of flavor text about like... Okay. Why is jaw like that? Put it back where it was. Put it back. What the hell? The fossil of an extinct aquatic human from a forgotten colony world. Unbeknownst to the universe, his kind adapted, flourished, and died out soon after the coup retreat. His tale serves to tell us that all that is alive will inevitably perish, and it is the journey, not the conclusion, that matters. It's like a penguin. He's kind of T-posing. I don't know how to feel about him. It does look like one of those horse-faced people, though. It's kind of weird that only like their jaws were changed, because it looks like the top half of their head is like completely normal. Hi, Ari! Hello! Hi! How you doing? Well, don't lurk here. We're gonna look at peni. We're gonna be looking at wieners of like a theoretical human evolution. It's nasty. Kind of. It kind of does look... Maybe, because of the neck, I guess. Doing an ancient T-pose. Yeah, he looks... Wiener we are not... No. All tomorrow's wiener. Wiener tier list. Okay. Let's move on. What? They give us like a free blank page. They're cheating. They're trying to pad out the the runtime. Okay. Snake people, descendants of the worms. The scorching sun eventually cooled down, and life floated back to the surface from her subterranean stronghold. As animals of all kinds exploded into the terrestrial niches that had been left vacant for millennia, so did the descendants of the worms. On the surface, they found new opportunities as entire assemblages of serpentine grazers, swimmers, and predators, and people. One form descended from tree-climbing mammalian snakes, re-evolved to the human intelligence that had lain dormant for so long. They observed, contemplated, and philosophized with novel spirally coiled brains, and handled the world with a singular pelvic hand, born out from the remnants of their ancestors' feet. They looked nothing at all like their distant human ancestors, but their social development followed a similar path. Several agricultural world empires, followed by industrial revolutions, social experiments, world wars, civil wars, and globalization. But then again, socio-political parallelism in history did not necessarily imply a similar or even recognizably human world. Modern cities of the global snake world were tangles of pipe-like roads. Okay.
3-dimensional railroads and windowless hole-like buildings. Though their knotted architecture differed from region to region, these settlements generally looked like kilometer-wide balls of glass. Metal, plastic, and cloth, wrapped so tightly that a human of today would find it impossible to move inside them. Plazas and open areas were totally absent, as they presented navigational obstacles and areas of insecurity. Their evolutionary background in the trees had made the snake people into borderline agoraphobes. None of these, of course, was unusual to the snakes in any way. Their relatively alien lifestyle was as particular to them as ours is to us. All across the world, the arterial cities throbbed with people, each with their own joys, sorrows, and chores, living out lives as human as any other intelligent beings. Snake people! Look at this dude. Look at this dude. He's smoking. This is a postmodern vape. A snake person at home enjoying a book while smoking and listening to vibrational ground music. What does this even mean? Vibrational ground music? Through the open door can be seen the chaotic tangle of the city. Can it? It kind of doesn't even. That just looks like a fucking like an ocean. It's a hookah. Hookah. I hardly know. Sorry. Ground music must go hard. It's literally just vibrations, probably like going through the holes, and then it just makes music somehow. Somehow, somewhere. Okay. Killer folk, descendants of the human predators. The carnivores also rebounded into civilization. Their journey involved a series of changes during which they lost the adaptations that had allowed them to endure as the top predators of the world. The saber teeth, once used for slashing through sinew and trachea, became fragile and thin, useful only as organs of social display. The hook-like thumb claws were also reduced, but not deleted. In their place, the last 2 digits rotated perpendicularly to become newfangled graspers. All this gracility, however, did not mean weakness. Although they were no longer specialized for hunting, the killer folk could still kill with their bare hands. They would throw them. Evolution would not stop them from throwing hands. They could easily achieve with bow, arrow, flintlock repeater, gas rifle. Okay, we're going a bit too far in the future. What? Their descent from predators gave the killer folk a unique social profile. Almost all of their religions had rituals allowing for periods of completely natural, animalistic hunts and duels. This necessity of venting these atavistic urges also led to the formation of religious hunter nobilities, privileged warriors who were skilled in the arts of hunting, war, and murder. Entire societies were assembled underneath these ruling classes, orderly communities that erupted once every year into an orgy of death, sex, and prayer. Yippee! For thousands of years, nomadic warriors, together with their vast herds of once human livestock, chased and battled each other across a chessboard of continents. All of this chaos was to be swept apart with the advent of modernity, and a development comparable to an industrial revolution. One nation pack of killers devised methods of settled, intensive factory farming. Organized state structure, secularism, and technological leapfrogging were quick to follow. Needless to say, such developments polarized the world into bands of progressive, developed factory herders, and increasingly fanatical hunting states. While one side condemned their old animal ways, the other side embraced them with blind zealotry. This was their crisis of a modernity, the balkanization, of the progressive and conservative faction on the road to global unity. Fortunately, the killers managed to pull themselves through, even after drifting dangerously close to global conflict at certain points. Hell yeah.
Look at this dude. See, he looks like he would listen to the Killers. Balkans mentioned. I like it how everybody's now erupting into happiness because the Balkans were mentioned. Oh, an actual. Is it an actual term? Mr. Brightside hit the radio. Yeah. Maybe Mr. Brightside has like kept them, you know, to stick with their animalistic ways, and the ones that like didn't like that kind of music, they started agriculture. They look like the one from the start of this list. These look like the guys, the fishermen, I think. They look pretty close to the fishermen, but I'm not sure if they're specific, because they're supposed to be human predators. Wait, what page? 66. Predators and prey. Yeah, I think they're descendants of these guys. Although they do look kind of like a fusion of both. Maybe they had like some like inappropriate relations together. A young male killer tours one of the myriad ruined fortresses in his country, testimony of their species' bloody Protean history. The planet of the killer folk is an archaeologist's paradise. It has more buried Dark Ages, ruined cultures, and fallen kingdoms than any other world. Tool breeders. Descendants of the swimmers. I think that is close of... The killers avoided global conflict so less violent than normal humans. I think... I mean, it kind of sounds like they have like a... what's that, like, there's just like a movie where like everybody kills everybody. It's not The Rapture. It's word not in mind. The Purge, there we go. They basically have like a purge. Yeah. You just know the tool breeders are freaky. I mean, probably not freaky. They're probably not freaky. They're probably just tools, I think. They're probably just items, you know. I don't think there's like more than that to them. The movie where you can commit crimes for one day? Yeah. I don't know, because it kind of sounds like there's probably crime more than just a once a year orgy prey death situation. But I think they don't kill as much as before. Or at least they don't smell like they have conflict between the two sides that are like against hunting versus the side that is like, you know, following through with their ancestry. They just doesn't listen to Tool. Yeah. Okay. They used to be simple creatures, descendants of a battered people that had taken to the sea. The remote sapiens ancestors would have given such beings no chance of a sentient comeback, for they thought that technological advances were impossible in the fluid medium of the oceans. But the swimmers disproved such predictions by founding one of the most advanced and most outrageously alien cultures of the entire human lineage. Fire, the cornerstone of industrial engineering. I keep burping, I'm sorry. I don't know what's up with me today. It just keeps slipping out. Okay. Okay. Cornerstone of industrial engineering was almost impossible to sustain and use underwater, but the breeders simply choose another path when complex toolmaking proved impracticable. Impracticable? They began to breed their tools and machines for them. It had started long before the species was even intelligent. In the endless variety of life in the seas, the swimmers always adopted and controlled the organisms that were useful in some way. Once domesticated, these creatures were willingly or unintentionally modified through artificial selection and conditioning. The process was slow, but once underway, its effects were formidable. A modern city of the breeders was a sight to behold. Huge heart-like creatures pumped out nutritious fluids to a network of self-repairing, living conduits. This was their equivalent of a power grid, and it reached every single one of the breeders' huge exoskeletal dwellings, powering bioluminescent lights, flickering cephalopod
skin televisions, medicinal sea squirts, and countless other devices that had been bred from living creatures. The advances in biology had risen exponentially until genetic engineering was completely mastered. Modern breeders did not even need to use animals. A simple manipulation of cultured tissues and stem cells could give solutions to any problem at hand. The mastery of genetics had conquered many obstacles. The yawning ocean depths, as well as the planet's few tiny land masses, were now firmly within the breeders' grasp. However, they were not content with mere planetary dreams. New forms and bizarre creatures were still being developed in daring attempts to conquer the one realm that was most hostile to life. Sealed in their living ships, the breeders wished to return to the stars.
That's a breeder? That's a fucking dolphin. That's an orca. How are they?
Huh?
I always knew the dolphins would gain sentience and go to the stars.
A breeder huntress on a garden reef. Living tools are an indispensable part of these beings' daily lives. She manages to breathe underwater through an oxygen-filtering crustacean fitted over her blowhole. She holds a mollusk-derived rifle that shoots out specially modified fish teeth. And her companion is a brain-augmented fish that has been hardwired to return kills. She's got a dog! Buildings made from calcified shells glitter in the background, ablaze with bioluminescence. That's kind of cool. I feel like these look kind of cute. You know, like in some really fucked up way, they're kind of cute. And this is all underwater too. I wonder how the fuck are they gonna go to space, and for what specifically? Like you have an ocean. Are you trying to look for another ocean? Like, how are you gonna get out of the water? You don't have any feet. They're just gonna make like really big fish bowls that they're gonna send out to space. In Dune Universe, they have chair dogs. Literally modified dogs for something for chairs. That is kind of sad. That is kind of pathetic. I bet I could beat it in a fist fight. Probably could. I feel like, yeah, I don't think it doesn't. I mean, first of all, they don't have any hands to throw, but I feel like I don't think they'd fight back. They just genetically modify themselves, no? See, you'd think so, you know, but maybe they will. Maybe they will. Although they probably just kept these forms because, you know, it's the most convenient in their water planet, you know. Okay, sorry, yawn. My soul had to leave my body for a second. Okay. Saurosapients, livestock of the lizard herders. One of humanity's eventual inheritors was not even human. They came from the reptilian stock that had proliferated during the demise of the lizard herders. Theirs was a true case of a world turned upside down. As the humans degenerated into witless animals, the cold-blooded reptiles prospered in the tropical climate of their planet. Millennia passed, and they began to produce increasingly smarter forms, one of which, distantly resembling featherless versions of the predatory dinosaurs of the past, actually crossed over the threshold of sentience and built up a series civilizations. These fledgling cultures were quick to understand the true origin of the monstrous ruins littering their planet. Ruins that until then had been considered natural aberrations of timeless memorabilia. For some reason, I've stopped being able to read. Of gods. Now, however, they saw the intermingled ruins of the coup and the Star People for what they really were. It was through this understanding that the biologically unrelated Sauros took up the cultural identity of humanity. In their archaeological efforts, the Sauros began to understand that the animals they used for food and labor were descended from the founders of their very existence. And somewhere in the stars lurked the forces that malformed them, forces greater than the Star People, dark forces that might someday return. The human animals served as a reminder, just as Pandaravis had, that if the Saurosapients wanted to assure their continued existence in the cosmos, they had to be watchful. The pressure of such a reality put their cultures under enormous stress. Some factions turned to made-up religions and remained ignorant under an umbrella of comforting fantasies. Others acknowledged the threats of the galaxy, but reverted to a paranoid rhetoric of conservationism. The galaxy had scared them greatly. Finally, there were those who saw the galactic redoubt enacted to face the odds. However great they may be, conflicts and even wars were not uncommon between these three factions. In the end, the centuries-long dispute began to resolve in the progressive faction's favor. As they expanded their spheres of knowledge, influence and activity, the Saurosapients became as human as any other civilization opening up to the galaxy.
Oh my god. Why? Oh my god.
Why he built like that? See, this is the kind of designs I like, cause this is fucking stupid. This is just silly.
F12, and what is this? It's our grandchildren, and they're lizard pets, which ended up actually you know, overtaking them in the evolutionary progress. This could be us campers. You will not ride me. No. Get away.
Be gone. He's whispering to his ear. Go left. No, the other left. God fucking damn it, I knew we should have given you a brain.
You can ride. Okay, pack it up. Alright. You can ride the campers. I feel like, no, you guys would be too small to ride. You're just tiny little fellas. I'd crush you. We will ride each other. Yeah, you should, like, you know, become like, you should stack, you know, become stackable. Simply stack. Simply stack. Okay. Modular People! Ooh!
Descendants of the Colonials. The blind workings of evolution followed the unlikeliest paths, made use of the most fleeting opportunities. The very existence of the Modular People was testimony to this fact. Their ancestors, the Colonials, would have been seen as hopeless cripples by almost any observer. They lacked coherent organs, and their existence was limited to carpeting water shores like mats of algae. Algae. But as degenerate as they were, the Colonials were resilient survivors, able to hold on to life in the harshest of conditions. As time passed, they began to organize themselves in differentiated colonies instead of homogeneous mats. In the colonies, each human cell could perform a singular function and benefit from the union of others. Thus began the great age of organization, during which different colonies competed with each other by developing specialized human cells that would give them an edge in their struggle for life. Some colonies grew enormous taproots that were able to siphon resources from far away. Others abandoned roots altogether and began to move themselves on starfish-like food segments. Some colonies came up with units equipped with claws and poisons, taking competition to a brand new deadly level. Others responded to the threat with armor plating or watcher cells equipped with enormous eyes. The eventual winner of this colonial arms race was a sentient colony, organized around hyper-specialized units whose entire purpose was to direct the others. These colonies spread around the planet as they adapted the parts of their rivals to function within themselves. Thus were the Modular People born. Living in fully industrialized megalopoli, they came in an indescribable variation of shapes and sizes. Anything from castle-like guardian forests to diminutive, scuttling couriers was a member of the modular whole. They could combine with each other and split up or exchange parts as needs presented themselves. The only thing constant in all of their protean existence was their mental and cultural unity. Due to their biological structure, these people had managed the impossible. They were actually living in a world of peace and utopian equality where everybody was happy to be parts of greater united wholes.
They're purple. Look at them. Look at this colony. They prevailed.
Indomitable human spirit. Yeah, they are. They're so cool. They're literally so cool. It's literally perseverance. Like, how the fuck would you even organize like a shitload of like flesh walls? Why he purple? Why do you not like purple? Huh? Do you have a problem with purple? They kind of do. But I was literally just gonna say, like, imagine having to be the fucking peanuts. Like this is like this crush segment. Imagine having to be that. Like that, or like the feet. You know, it just sounds like it sucks. It sounds like it sucks awfully. It's pretty phallic, not gonna lie. It kind of does. It kind of looks like they have hair down there too. I think it's just the segments that are there, but it kind of, you know, biblically accurate. Yeah. Can be best, can be worst. True. I mean, it could be the best because like you just kind of hang there, but it could be the worst because you just kind of hang there. A modular colony treats a specialized digester unit with sprays of anti-ulcer medication produced by the medical drone held in its hands. Note the differing segments, each of them mutated human beings in themselves. Damn. It's like they have like a full-time job for like all of their lifetimes. It's crazy. Ooh! Saurosapients. Descendants of the Flyers. The Flyers' supercharged hearts had given them an evolutionary winning hand, and they diversified to fill up the heavens. It was only a time before the competition in the skies got too intense, even for their souped-up metabolisms. Some lineages gave up their wings and returned to the ground, living as differing sorts of predators, herbivores, and even swimmers. Their aerial adaptations gave them an edge on the ground, and they produced forms of stupendous size and agility. There were wonderful beings, but no sentience came out of the terrestrial sky beasts. Instead, civilization flowered in the skies. One species, from a line of wading, stork-like predators, evolved a brain that was large enough to imagine and act upon the world. Their feet, already versatile to catch slippery, swamp-dwelling prey, got even more articulate and assumed the role of hands. As a compensation, they lost some of their aerial streamlining, but what they could not do with their bodies, they were more than able to make up with their minds. Their power of flight made the Saurosapients a global folk, before they could invent nations and borders. With such an inherent ease of travel, ideas and individuals diffused too fast for social differences to ossify. Acting with a planetary awareness, they farmed their gigantic terrestrial relatives, raised cities of perches and fluting towers, harnessed the atom, and began to gaze up to the stars. Without having to compensate too much from the average individual's social welfare, and without dividing up into quarrelsome factions. As egalitarian as their life seemed, they paid a stunting, inevitable price. Their hearts, even in its boosted state, had trouble supporting their power of flight and grotesquely large brains at the same time. As a consequence, their species had an ephemeral lifespan. A Pterosapien was sexually mature at 2, middle-aged by 16, and usually dead by 23 years of our time. Okay, Kampers, I'd be dead by now. I'd be gone. These guys call for me no more. God damn. This grim cycle caused them to appreciate every moment of their existence dearly, and they pondered upon it with feverish intensity. A shelf of scrolls by Pterosapien philosophers would have been the envy of every human library. In their cities, life blazed away with unreal speed, rushing past to meet fleeting deadlines. As a species, the angelic flyers were victims of heart disease. He's got tats and all, man. He's got fucking chest tats, he's got wing tats, he's got a little fucking freaky hat on. He's got that fucking look that tells me he's probably on opioids. And he's got a wiener. A Pterosapien poses by the bizarre buildings of a seaside resort. At 10 days long, this will be the only holiday in her ephemeral life. That is really depressing. Like, genuinely fucking heartbreaking. Like, imagine only having 23 years. Like, you don't even have time to experience anything. Especially considering that, you know, like, they're so intelligent. It's just, I don't know. It just makes me really sad. This bird gets more vacation time than I do. Bro! Damn. They must mature fast. Maybe they don't. Maybe their days are longer. Maybe. I don't know. Well, it's just, I don't know. Every time I look at this dude, or, well, this woman, this image specifically, it reminds me of that one part of Walking with Dinosaurs where there was one of those flying dinosaurs, and it was his last day. Like, not last day, but like his last chance to mate before he, you know, inevitably died because he was getting really old. And I remember seeing him like fucking dying, his like rotting corpse on the, you know, on the beach, and it just felt really sad because there's like all these dinosaurs that like lived back in the day, and they never knew when their time would come, you know. Me also looking for my last chance to mate before I die. One final nut. One singular final nut is all I would need. Oh, yeah, it's really sad. Imagine multiple generations of these guys serving one normal human. We'd probably like feel like vampires to them, honestly. One more for the road. Yeah. Is that Pompeii, dude? Bro, the fact that guy was just like trying to jerk it like straight up. He was just fucking like, you know, rubbing one out as soon as the volcano was erupting. Like, I admire his dedication to the bit. If it makes you feel better, many dinosaurs survived and evolved into birds. I don't know if it makes me feel better, because I don't know how to feel about birds, specifically the ones that like evolved from dinosaurs. I prefer the black beady-eyed birds more than the like birds with irises, because they feel like raptors to me. It's like they have more knowledge within their tiny little brains they're letting on, you know? It's just, they're terrifying. I do like pigeons though. I feel like pigeons are just stupid because they are. I like them. I like them. But yeah. Asymmetric people. Descendants of the Lopsiders. Although contorted by gravity, the Lopsiders managed to regain their sentience and develop a civilization in a short few million years. Squat, pancake-like buildings spread all over their planet. These constructs looked like squashed bunkers, and they were never more than a few meters high. They did not seem like much, but such structures were entrances to underground homes, schools, hospitals, temples, universities, but also embassies, prisons, asylums, command centers, and arsenals. They lived strange lives, but the Lopsiders were human in all of their virtues and evils. Thus, it was only natural for them to expand outwards and look for new frontiers to colonize. Fortunately, their solar system harbored other planets, similar to the Lopsider homeworld in almost all respects except gravity. But they weren't willing to let such trivial details stop them. Throughout their history, humans had always risked changing themselves to preserve their future. It was a risky gamble, but it had paid off since the days of the Martian Americans. But re-engineering the flattened, lopsided body for a benign gravity was a monumental task indeed. Suffice it to say that the experiments took millennia to achieve even limited success. After countless attempts, the asymmetric people were born, or rather, made. Their bodies were changed considerably. What had been shovel-like toes to slither through the high-gravity dirt had become centipedal legs, and the singular grasping hand was elongated to an extreme degree. Their grotesque faces had been inverted and turned upside down after reverting from a flounder-like existence. Twisted as they were, members of this new race enjoyed tremendous advantages over their flattened forefathers. Their social development also paralleled that of the bygone Martian Americans. Once again, there was a golden age, followed by increasing tensions and interplanetary war. But unlike the Martians, the Asymmetrics ruthlessly exterminated their parent race and went on to rule the solar system alone. On the way, they stumbled across the remains of the coup, and the Star People and advanced immensely. Triumphant on their own realm, they turned to the heavens for further exploits. This thing shows up one day and tells you that we're related. How do you feel? This dude got cake. He's got a little booty. He's got a tiny little booty. He's kind of a freak. Kind of a freak. He's a whole bakery. He kind of is. No, actually, no. Maybe. I feel like he's lacking a little bit of volume, a little bit of dimension, but we have a gun for a reason. We're gonna old yeller him. We're gonna be like, oh yes, sit down. Just let me get you some tea, and just fucking take out the gat. But yeah, he's built wrong. He's built wrong. He's built weird. He kind of looks like he's got two butts. Like he's got one here and then one here. An asymmetric nobleman poses nude to reveal his bizarre anatomy. Anatomy. Normally, these creatures dress up in elaborate garments that resemble heaps of interconnected and large stockings. Okay, well, we got a nude one, I guess. This is supposed to be erotic, by the way. Kara Attenborough, all of a sudden, yes, I'm a British man. I am the Britishest of men. Challenge accepted. Do not put your dick away, Walter. We're not wanking to the fucking asymmetric nobleman, Walter. Human centipede. He kind of does look like a human centipede, doesn't he? Because like there's like there's a lot of segments actually. It's weird. It's weird. Hey, first time chatter. Okay, Bacon. Okay. Alright, okay. Alright. The Parasites. I'm looking forward to seeing the Parasites. Oh. Symbiotes. As time passed, the relationships between the parasites and their hosts got connected to such a degree that it began to involve a cooperation of the individuals. Though these were no longer single-sided relationships. In exchange for the host's nutritious blood, the parasites offered their heightened senses as early warning against predators and other hazards. A great arms race of symbiotic relationships thus commenced. Certain parasites offered their hosts larger eyes, others sharper senses of smell, hearing, or even additional defensive weapons in the shape of venomous saliva, malodorant sprays, or an extra bite. The hosts returned the favor with longer running legs, stronger bodies, and specialized ergonomic nesting sites rich in blood vessels and covered in insulating fur. Different complexes of parasite and host species evolved, compatible only amongst themselves. The development of such creatures was in a way reminiscent of the great modular colonies, thriving on their own world light years away. But unlike the modulars, the components of the symbiotes belonged to different species, instead of modified variations of the same basic organism. In eventuality, both relationships led to the same point: sentience. In the secluded forest of a certain continent, a new parasitic species developed. They did not have the ballistic poison sprays, infectious stings, or the grossly hypertrophied arm claws of their relatives. Instead, these parasites offered a simpler bargain: an ability to think. In return of total submission. Initially, this relationship was more like a horse and its rider, but after a few 100,000 years, the symbiotes could manipulate their hosts like puppets through a combination of tactile and olfactory signals. A few more millennia, and these combined beings developed an order not unlike our own, complete with countries, politics, and even war, albeit reduced in the newly globalizing world culture. In this age, technology filled most functions of the hosts, but a thriving husbandry of these creatures still remained due to tradition and simple efficiency. An average symbiote would begin the day on his business host, and move on to a more comfortable domestic one when he returned home after work. And perhaps on the olfactory television, he would smell news of the excavations of the million-year-old Kuruns, of the marvelous discoveries salvaged from the Starman wrecks, or of the enormous radio arrays that rose everywhere to listen to the stars. It was a pattern that was being repeated all over. Look at her! She's kind of fucking eating! Look at it! Fuck. This is a model! Okay, sorry, him. It's a model! Look at those eyelashes, bro! What the ugh! You know? But also, I like the top one. I think this is like the actual thinker, and these are the hosts. But I like the thinker. I like the symbiotes. Mewing. That jaw. I could cut me with that. But yeah, it's damn. I feel like this is like the most attractive I found an alien. But still fucking weird. A symbiote poses on one of his several hosts. In the background can be seen some of their rural housing with man-sized doors for the mindless hosts and the smaller hosts for their intelligent patrons. Damn, that's kind of cool. Looks maxing truly. I mean, they can like, you know, pick and choose their hosts. Obviously, they're gonna be able to choose like whichever ones they like more. Ooh, sail people. Finger fishes. Finally found the emo boys. I wonder if they're still emo. Most attractive, and it's the real one, is the Bucket Dog. And he's not ugly. He's kind of cute. He's kind of endearing, you know. But he's the one that's actually gonna be making love to you. It's for sure one of the more human-looking ones. I mean, you're saying that, but we don't even know if like there's gonna be a like what's going on down below. Okay, sail people. The fingerfishers were already among the most divergent of post-human races. With harpoon-like digits and almost crocodilian muzzles, they looked nothing like their parental stock. But even this form would look conservative to their sentient descendants. With many small, scattered islands, isolated subcontinents, and differentiated niches. I keep burping today. What is wrong with me? Their homeworld was an evolutionary cauldron where isolated members of certain species could, under the right circumstances, evolve into wildly different forms. This condition was similar to the island realms of Madagascar, Galapagos, or Hawaii on Old Earth, except that this time it was on a global scale. Some descendants of the fishers trapped on lonely islands grew smaller and developed their fishing claws into graceful wings. Others took directly to the sea and became the analogues of whales, dolphins, and mosasaurs. Within this evolutionary bubbling, one particular lineage gave rise to the ancestral sail people. They too elongated their fingers into wings, but these were not used for flight. Instead, they became sails that drove them effortlessly across the oceans. With fingers turned into sails, they used their mouths and extended tongues to catch their pelagic prey. These organs eventually assumed the role of the fisher's long-atrophied, dexterous hands. The need to better navigate the endless seas put an inevitable pressure on their memories, and the sailors' brains grew correspondingly. It was only a matter of time until one of these navigators became smart enough to think. Even when sentient, the sail people still needed a long time to achieve any sort of social stability. Their scattered world made for a tremendous diversity of cultures, which competed and fought just as resiliently. Across generations, untold flotillas of tribal warriors battled each other in epoch-spanning, pointless conflicts. Nomadic warriors and pirate societies inevitably came into being, prolonging the uncontrollable cycle of violence. Only when a certain warrior tribe developed warfare on an industrial scale and their state society needed to support it, and then, only when this notion of modernity gave rise to an idea of peace, did the sail people finally manage to unify. Generations of blood had stained the oceans for far too long. Sail people. Do these even count as fucking people? These are dinosaurs. How do they think? What's the thought behind these? Thanks for the burps. Shit, sorry. I don't like I don't like these ones either. They look kind of weird. Like, obviously, like they look like how they have a helmet on, but like the tongues and like they don't have any hands. How are they doing anything? Like, did they do stuff with their tongues? Kind of looks like, because like in the background, it kind of looks like it's holding a harpoon with its tongue. Fucking bull! I am the bull. Yeah, let's go. I don't think I mean I appreciate you stating your opinion about wanting to be a boat, but I don't agree. Or their tongues or their heads, maybe. It can swim and it can't fly. It glides in the water. Although I don't know. Is this one of them? A sailor goes hunting with his harpoon-wielding companion in the background. Extremely violent by nature, these people frequently resort to savage hunting campaigns to quell their bloodlust in modern life. Notice their tongue-derived hands, okay? And the accompanying flying creature, actually one of the sail people's distant cousins. Okay, so they can't actually fly, but they do sail. How did he smith his helmet? With his tongue, duh. Give him suit. He's got flippers on. You can't put shoes on him. Are you crazy? Yeah, they're just boats. I mean, they literally call them fucking flotillas. Like, hedonists, hedonists, hedonists. Okay. Satiriacs. Their pleasure-drenched existence, locked between their static paradise world and their inherently slow pace of evolution, seemed immune to change. Perhaps this was true for 1 million years or so, but on larger scales, complete stasis was a fable. During a particular era, geologic upheavals threw up huge masses of land over the shallow oceans of the world. The hedonists, until then trapped on a singular island no bigger than today's island, on a singular island no bigger than today's Iceland, were not late to colonize these new pastures. This was more of a necessary exodus, since the events that raised the new lands had also thrown up enormous clouds of ash that smothered the atmosphere and blocked out the sun. Their innocence finally spoilt, most of the hedonists died out, unable to adapt. The only survivors were fast-breeding freaks. Freaks! I love that word. Who had abandoned the reproductive quirks of their ancestors. It was these forms that colonized the newborn continent and gave rise to a multitude of species which included the Satiriacs, sentient heirs to the hedonists. These beings resembled their ancestors to a great degree, except that they now sported enormous tails? Boneless organs of balance woven out of extended pelvic muscles and fat. Along this appendage, their entire bodies were reoriented in horizontal, almost dinosaurian postures. Although they had abandoned the frantic reproductive strategies of their ancestors, their social lives still retained a delightful tint of casual promiscuity. Okay, so they're a little bit freaky on the side. Okay, they're doing some stuff on the side. All right. The Satiriac civilization was quick to establish itself globally, for even with the additional land masses, the terrestrial domain of their world remained no larger than Australia. For a while, 3 and then 2 land empires competed with each other, before dissolving into a myriad smaller nations and finally reunifying into a coherent world order. From this point on, the Satiriac world once again became a valhalla of pleasure, with festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuating every working week. This time, however, it would all be savored by true intelligence. Yeah! Well, they got fucking concerts! They got idols. And they got shoes on. And pants. Damn. Satiric audience goes wild as the performer hits the climax of his song. Such events are an everyday part of the Satiric life. Freddie Mercury. That's gone. No! I prefer Freddie Mercury. It sounds fun. This kind of sounds like they're fucking around. In the literal and both theoretical sense. Look at that fresh cut. I feel like he bleached it. I feel like he bleached it. Wait, the long face? I think they just evolved that way. I feel like they just didn't evolve backwards. What? Okay. Bugfacers. Descendants of the Insectophagi. Over time, their insectivorous ancestors came to resemble their prey. Hardened, leathery faceplates, once used for defense against stings and bites, ossified and became integrated into the jaw structure. Their hands and feet, with reduced numbers of fingers and toes, developed into pincer-like affairs. Even their metabolism reverted partially into ectothermy in the balmy, lazy climate of their planet. But it was none of these adaptations that gave them the edge in survival. Simply put, a congenital defect allowed them to regain their sentience. Even after the smothering by the Q, the genes of the star people remained dormant in their cells. Through pure coincidence, one lineage of the Insectophagi developed an atavistic throwback, resulting in larger brains, which just happened to be useful in cracking open insect nests with crude stone tools. It was all downhill from there onwards. Although millennia long in itself, the development from stone axe to spaceship was an eye blink in geological time. Like many other species, the Bugfacers passed through consecutive cycles as agrarian, in their case, hive farming, empires, colonial endeavors, industrialization, massive world wars, and finally globalized world states. There was one thing that set their development apart from all other post-human species. They faced another alien invasion. What? History does not record much about the invaders, except that unlike the coup, theirs was a singular effort, and it was beaten off in an intense cycle of orbital and terrestrial wars. Although vanquished, the invaders did succeed in leaving behind their traces. They introduced their own flora and fauna, which flourished on the Bugfacer home planet long after they departed. More importantly, they imbibed the poor Bugfacers with a pathological interspecies xenophobia, to the point they were fearful even of their post-human cousins on other stars. Through an ironic twist of fate, their fears would be more than justified, though not just yet. The Bugfacers still had time. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? I feel like if they were a race in the Elder Scrolls, they'd probably be high elves. They're high elf like coded. Never mew after 3 a.m. Or this may happen to you. Where's her mouth? I think it's a beak. It's like a little beak, I think. High butt, yeah. They're definitely high. A bug-faced celebrity, arguably the most beautiful girl on their planet. Poses before a coastal village. In the distance can be seen gasbag-like tree creatures, relics left over from the mysterious alien invaders. Damn. I believe it. Okay. Okay. Can you really believe it though? Are you feeling it in your bones? Would you? Because I don't think I would. I don't think I would. Okay, we're on page 86 out of 112. We're almost there. Well, almost there. I've been reading for 3 hours. Oh my god, I feel like kind of nauseous. So maybe I'll take a little breather. I say breather, I actively breathe. Okay, so go take a water break, get some snacks, do a little chore while you can in between. And I probably can't do anything because the bathroom's taken. I wanted to go relieve myself, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Okay, so I'll be right back. I just want to like stretch a little bit and take a little breather. Ryusuri! Hello! Hi! Wait, can I not... Did I not follow you? Oh, never mind. It's just because I'm not logged into the browser. Whoops. But hi! Hello! Hi! I only noticed the hat text now. Oh, did you? Only now? Oh, only now? Are you serious? Are you for real right now? Are you I only now? No, I'm moving the text. God damn it! I knew I should have pinned it. Okay, wait. I don't think it's working. Okay. There you go. Just pin it. Just pin it. Hello. Hi. Riri. Do I call you Riri? Riri? Do you prefer Riri or Riri? I can do either. I'm pretty malleable. Genetically modifiable. The second one, Riri. Okay, bet. Solid. Sorry, I just I have to add the little for my girl. Hello, how are you? We're just about to take a break because I've been feeling kind of overread. Cunning linguistics. Is that supposed to be like a pun for cunnilingus? Finally able to catch a stream. Yay! Hi, welcome. I know I usually stream I usually stream on like kind of early for the Americans, so I understand that you probably can't make it for most of the stuff, but I appreciate you taking me out. I watched you for like a little bit yesterday, while you were playing modded. Was it modded Half-Life? It kind of looked like it, but I'm not really a person of intelligence when it comes to stuff like that. But it looked fun. It looked scary too. I hope you had fun. I didn't stay for long because I had to go to bed, but I love this kind of stuff. I've heard of this book before. Well, you've come for like way too late. Been overheating? Yeah. Black Mesa. Yeah. Black Mesa. It looks fun. Although I'm looking forward to finishing Half-Life first. Maybe I'll tackle it too someday. I've been listening this entire time door. Whoops. Misinput. Also, don't fucking dork me. I have the power to ban you. I have the upper hand here. See, you can yap at me on Twitter about my my love for weird armored men in Chikawa. But you can't do shit here. This is my domain. Literally in 1984. I did tell you guys that this is a dictatorship. This isn't words are leaving me today. I feel like every single time that I want to read, it's just like I have like big words in my brain that I want to use, but I just completely forgotten them because I was too busy reading all the different like more important words. Well, he said we could ban him. That is true. Oh wait, have I not modded you, Bacon? Oh, I guess you're not modded in the Twitch. Also, sorry, YouTube. I'm neglecting you right now because I'm prioritizing my my friend, my acquaintance, on Twitch. Time for castration. No. Okay, wait. Let me get wrenched. Get mod. Get modded. Also, I don't. Do you mod friends on? I don't think you do. I
I don't think you do on Twitch. I don't know if there's like a limited rate. Okay, I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to do a number 2. And I was also scrolling through the Discord because I have FOMO when I stream. And I like being active in the Discord. Oh, it's just so many posts. A Monster Hunter jacket, and it looks so cool. It looks so good. Holy shit. I need it so bad. And I literally just got paid yesterday. Let me check how much it is. I don't want to resist. I want it to take over. I want to buy it so bad. Even just the hoodie. It doesn't even need to be the jacket. It looks so good. Discord. I'm not a Discord pooper. The Monster Hunter jacket looks like yours. It does. That's why I like it so much. Do you know how much drip? $160. How much is that in Polish? Polish złoty. How much? 604. That's actually not bad. If this is like a nice long-lasting jacket, but also I don't know my dimensions. What if I get an extra large and it's too big for me? But what if it fits just right? Mid-late April. Okay, I'll look into it a little more later, but it looks so good. I want to get it so bad. It is denim though. It's a nice quality. $160 for jacket, too much. Yeah, but like, but it's cool. It's so cool. But also fucking $90 for a hoodie. Like, what the fuck? Do they think we're made of money? It's okay. It's okay. Maybe I'll just get the hoodie. It looks so good. Official use hunter equipment. Put it on throne. No, I couldn't. Okay, fine. Justify the purchase. Mario Kart World kind of price. Honestly, the fucking the tariff price. Oh, kitten. What do you mean kitten? Do a dork. I won't. No. Maybe later. Maybe I'll forget about it. Maybe I'll forget about it and then I'll never get it. Best ending. Okay, wait. Let me position myself once again. Is it Discord? I'm not a Discord kin, man. Not again. Where I remember there was a time I was getting fucking lambasted, getting called someone's fucking Discord kitten on fucking VTuber News. And then I had to fucking ask him like 4 times with like 3 other girls present for him to fucking apologize. And this is why we don't like drama tubers anymore. Dude, oh no, I can't accept kindness. I'm a bully you into putting it there. You deserve something that... No! You look like you give really good hugs. I could give you a really good hug. How do you even... Sorry, I try to wrist back, but it doesn't work. When 2 bottoms collide. Does hug mean something else? No, it's just you know, just like any sort of like intimate contact with a woman. She never denied it by being freaky. Okay. Well, I didn't have to do it like to someone in television. I don't know. I feel like freak in Discord kitten is it's like a different title. I feel like if I'm being called a freak, it's like either like funny, like degrading, or like smegsy. You know, like those are like 3, and like 2 are positive. 1 is like, oh, you freak. Like I feel like for me, that's also a compliment. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna like insult me with any single word and you're gonna use freak, I feel like it just suits me. I'll accept it. Like, geez, you don't have to compliment me that much. Oh, but yeah, freak is all three usually. You know what? And then I accept it. It's my favorite word lately. I don't know why. I just keep calling everybody freaks. Calling myself a freak. It's just a good one. Discord kitten is absolutely an insult. It is. That's why I'd prefer it. Cause like, man, I don't know. Discord kitten. It's like derogatory. It's almost always derogatory. I feel like there's no way where like you say, oh my god, my Discord kitten. You know, it's like either a joke or derogatory. But if it really does like depend. I'm not. I hate being called a Discord kitten because it kind of like diminishes my worth as a woman. I'm a bro. I'm a broski. I'm a broner. I'm not a Discord kitten. I feel like I'm one of the. I'm trying my hardest to be one of the boys. Like you can't just diminish my worth into being a Discord kitten. You know, I have so much more to offer. Discord Labrador. That's me. Buddy! Hi! Hello! Buddy! Hello! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi! What were you doing? What were you up to? I saw you were going live, but you were going live like 100 half an hour after me, so you know, but I hope you had fun. Shrimp cat attack! Oh no, they're gonna pinch me. Oh no. Hi! Thank you so much for the rain. Wait, do I introduce myself? Hi, my name is Kara Wilderwood. I'm friends with Buddy. We hang out sometimes. Yes. And she's really cute, and you should follow her, campers. Please follow her. She's really, really cute, and she's gonna debut soon. TM. Soon. There's shrimp on the menu, girls. No, she's only for me. Stay away from her. Stay away. That's my friend. Raw. Hi. I hope you had fun. We're doing some intermittent yapping in between reading because I got a little bit lightheaded from reading and focusing on too much. She's a Discord. I am not a Discord admin. Actually, technically I am because I have my own server. But I am not a Discord admin. That is so. I don't know. Although I don't know. I feel like Discord admin is like less bad than a Discord mod. I feel like there's like tiers to this. There's like a Discord mod, Discord kitten, Discord admin, maybe below that. Oh, have a fun stream. Oh, thank you. I hope you had fun too, and thank you so much for reading again. Bye-bye, Putty. Bye-bye. Bye. Hope to see you around sometime. Oh. Okay. Do we continue? Do we continue? Discord mod is the worst. Wouldn't you like to share? You have first person experience. Reddit mod, indefinitely Reddit mod. I feel like I don't know. I feel like Discord mod is bad, but Reddit mod definitely worse. No. I'm sure the mods will happily lead you to the Discord channel. Sorry, let me paste it. Do you guys have it? Because I need to enable disable streamer mode. Let me invite people. Copy. Happy birthday! You're about to get a Discord link from yours truly. It's available for 7 days. So whoever's watching the VOD, too fucking bad. Up to you, we can continue some other day. No, but we're so close. We're so close. We're 85 out of 112. So that's like one image. So that's like technically, wait, how do you math? That's like 30 pages left, and maybe like 15 of those are images. So we're like, yeah, I can do. You're literally, wait, why are you not modded? Do you have multiple accounts? Do you White? Huh? I want to see my Oshi the ball. Yeah, I want to see the ball too. Slowly revealing her woods is wild. What do you mean? What does that even mean? What do you mean my woods? When is the boss of all the mods? He's the mega mod. Kin is like the bottom of the food chain in more ways than one. Yeah. Yeah. Make sure you check the— do not fucking check the Oshi validation room, okay? That's not— okay, it's not— if Kara was a tardigrade, would you still love her? Good question. That's a very good question. Cardigrade. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you not— okay, whoever's joining the Discord, please do not choose the ban on site role. I am once again asking. Please do not accept the ban on site role. We will ban you on site. That's specifically to weed out bots. Don't try to be quirky and funny, because you will get booted. Thank you. But I like that role. No. One of my mods will have to at you and tell you to fucking change. So spare yourself the humiliation, because I will remember you. And simply remove it. Thank you. Emma, go get the— leave it alone. Leave it. Do not. Also, I guess fine. I guess if there's anybody on— if there's anybody on Twitch that wants to join too, I guess. Never mind. I can't fucking post it on my own. Okay, there you go. There you go. If you want to, you can join my my Discord server. You know, you filthy Twitch watchers. Yeah. But it sounds so funny. You made the don't pick me roll and tell us not to pick it. Yeah, because I am expecting like a higher level of intelligence from you guys than what you portray most of the time. Ban on site. Do not touch ban on site. I will touch you. I will touch you in ways that you do not want to be touched if you choose the ban on site role. Oh. Stop choosing suicide by mod role. Yeah, literally don't. Princess Kara has extended the Discord invite. Do not fucking call me princess. I'm not a princess. I was just like thinking about it. Like, I don't like the thing. Okay, there's two reasons to this. Because one, when I was swimming, my when I was like maybe like 6 or 7, there was a fucking instructor that was like constantly calling me princess. Like when I was like struggling to swim because I was like really slow and I also had asthma. So he was like, "Are you done, princess?" Like he'd always call me fucking księżniczka, which is like princess in Polish. And I always thought it was super fucking derogatory. Like at the time I thought it was a compliment because, you know, "Ha, I'm a pretty girl, hey, princess, hey." But no. No. And now I don't know. I feel like I'm not a princess. I just don't give any of that like vibe, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm too manly. In real life, I'm too bulky and manly in order to like even be like, you know, considered a princess. That's why I also had tried to have like more of like a, I guess, not androgynous, but like tomboyish and less like feminine character design too. You know, like I don't like being called princess because it feels weird to me, because it feels like an effeminate term and it doesn't suit me. You know? Yeah, I don't know. It all started when I hit puberty and my shoulders grew too wide for me. Tomboy, overlord, dictator. You know, I prefer dictator. Go, man. Okay, we're over. We're done. Okay, we're gonna continue reading. Motherfucker called me Goat Man. Feel like a fucking Street Fighter. How am I supposed to? Okay, I'm not buff. Oh. I'm just not lanky. That's why I got like little stubby hands. Like King Bear. I'm gone. I'm gone. Never. It's over. It's over. It's over. I don't know, man. I had a phase where I used to go by they them. I used to have a fucking phase where I thought I was a guy for a second, but I don't know. I guess I'm just a tomboy, but like an actual tomboy. Like a 1980s fridge. I'm never sharing anything about myself ever again. Danny DeVito. Okay, I need to stop laughing as loud. I can't do this shit anymore. I can't. A car DeVito. Beating the washing machine allegations. Okay, I'm literally never mentioning anything about my real life ever again because I'm getting cumbled so fucking bad right now. Oh my god. Like the mystery machine. Okay, alright, it's fine. So, sounds cute, so good enough for me. Okay, thank you. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. At this point, I'll take it. It's fine. I'll take anything over fucking Danny DeVito. Mystery machine. Fucking Mothman. But like Bigfoot himself should be afraid of her. Okay, I'm not that bulky. I'm just like, cause I walk every day. I just got hella calves. I got hella calves, and I guess I'm curvy. I don't know. Not too like devastatingly, but I'm not like thin. I'm not a beanpole. I used to be when I was younger because my mom used to starve me, but once I moved out and I got access to food, I kind of overdid it a bit. Carby! Yeah. The cutest and handsomest girl I know. Thanks. We get power skill against Mr. Bigfoot since they got the same build. I'm not built like Bigfoot. I'm not. Got them silly legs? I don't know, because I take a lot of steps, and I feel like my calves... I got a fucking unusual joint activity fucking notifications. But, jump at the hut! Oh my, no. I am built like an average Polish mother, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is like terrifying to say. I feel like I ended up like similarly, like built like my mom. Apart from like the, pregnancy weight. Hoping to be Mrs. Big Feet, actually. No, I am not. No. Like a carrot? No. No. Does a savage Polish I read that a savage average Polish woman look like? I don't know, because like a lot of the girls that I see around lately, especially this new generation, do they eat? Because they were like super skinny. Like, and I'm not like body shaming or anything. I'm beyond a person that should be talking about anybody's looks. I say as I've been laughing about like creatures this entire damn time, but I'm a fat bastard, and someone I would consider a friend told me a very pivotal sentence: there can never be enough substance to the good people in the world. I don't know. I don't know if I understand that. As in, like, there's not... They do not eat. They particularly in girl dinners. Fair. I don't know, man. I've tried to stop snacking as much. That's why I stream a lot more. Cause if I don't stream, I usually like sit here and snack on my computer.
So I'm trying my hardest to like work on stuff in the meantime, you know. I'm trying my hardest to, you know, lose a bit weight, cause I am like a few kilograms off my goal. You know, I do need to lose a little bit of weight, and I'm trying to work on that, cause I do have a big appetite, but recently I've been feeling hungry, and that means it's a good thing, cause that means I didn't eat too much today. Can you eat? Yeah, that's why I was, yeah, I don't know, cause like it feels weird if I like start crunching on stuff and during you know, during stream. Send this dork outdoors. I already walk a shitload. I feel like I just need to like maybe get into some cardio, because I swear to God, every single time I walk upstairs, it humbles me. It really does. Can't wait for fitness streams. Damn, I really want to try like yoga. I feel like a yoga stream would be fucking funny. As well as like maybe if I, because I really want to get like an Xbox 360 with a Kinect, and then we can like play Kinect them all. But then I don't know if I'd be able to like not dox myself. Maybe we can. Maybe I can whip out Just Dance. I have a Switch. Maybe I can whip out Just Dance and we can dance. I'll put on trackers, and then I'm not feminine. Also, I want to try yoga. You say that, but yoga is one of the most fucking difficult things that you can do, like with your body. Like generally holding the poses is the worst. Just Dance and Ring Fit. Yeah. Switching to sugar-free drinks is a great low-effort way to lose weight over time. Yeah, I feel like I need to do that too. I definitely do. Yeah, I used to be a big soda buff, and I used to drink a lot of fucking, I mean, I still do, iced tea. But I'm trying, I've been buying more water instead of like actual, instead of, you know, like soda or something like that. I've tried to, I've drank like one bottle of water in the last couple of days, and then I have one for this weekend, and maybe I'll just switch to tea, which I've been trying to add less sugar into it, so hopefully that pushes me through. I've also tried to not snack during the weekends either. I do have like a couple things that I buy, but I think it's just kind of like more of like a reflex. I've noticed that I'm just like buying like, currently I have like 3 bags of crisps that I bought during the week because I wanted to eat them, but I'm pretty sure I'm not even gonna get through one this weekend. Which is really, really weird for me to say, because usually I get through all 3. But yeah, Just Dance and Fitness, Boxing on Switch, 12 kilogram gone in 2 months. Don't know how to. Damn, 12 kilogram. That's pretty good. Yeah, I should probably get into that. I should definitely get into that. I need to buy a one of those game card capture cards. Yes. Oof. Yeah. It's I'm a really bad snacker. I'm one of those. I used to snack a lot. I used to I say that I have the white hair to prove it. I have like this one long ass fucking white hair that's just splonging right in front of in the middle of my forehead, and then I have a lot of like white hairs on the side of my head, like where if a man was balding, like the spots of the hair is there. There's a lot of white ones, so you know, got a lot of trauma. I am not 80. I'm not even 25 yet. No. Those old Wii Sports games were kind of fun. Yeah, I wish I had a Wii. I do have a Switch, but we'll settle for Switch games for now. I buy snacks with the thought that it will last me a few days and I eat them all in the same day anyway. I've been trying to ration though. You should probably try to ration. I feel like you'll get more, because I'm trying to like rewire my brain from like, oh, I want this now, so I'll get it now, to like, oh, I want it, but I won't get it now. I'll get it later, so it feels more satisfying, you know? Because I feel like stuff loses its novelty if you eat it too often, you know? So, yeah. You do kind of have bald man energy. Yeah, I'm an Oji-san. Haggled tumor. Okay. If it's time to rush the cabin, she's hoarding the snacks. Then we can lock her out. Do not leave me alone. The rogue hair. I wish I had rogue hair. I just have like a few stray white ones. I took out like a picture, a few months ago, and it looks really bad. I can't wait to, cause I don't dye my hair. I really wanted to dye my hair, but now I just want to keep it brown. I used to have it like all blonde, but then it started growing out. And before that, I used to dye it like really intently. I don't have beer gut. I don't have. That's my dad. My dad has beer gut. I don't even drink beer. No ahoge. More. I don't have any ahoge, unfortunately. A lot of fitness and nutrition didn't make big changes, but did some changes. Yeah. I feel like making the little changes, just especially since, you know, it'll make you feel healthier, you know? It's always better. Natural hair cutest anyways. Always. I don't know. I feel like, cause I really want to dye my hair black, but I used to dye my hair all the time, but now because I'm getting like witnessed at work and at home and in real life, it just like, it's get cold feet, you know? She's got that I don't have dad energy. What do you mean? No, I don't want dad energy. I want like mom energy. I want to be like a mom one day. I've always tried to be like more motherly than a father. Wilder dad. No, that's gonna be your race. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me, you freak. Okay, I don't want mommy energy, because I also don't feel myself as a mommy. I feel like I'm not dominant enough to be a mommy, and also not assertive. I just sometimes I just like reach out and like show people that I care, you know. But I don't know how to like make that more like a thing. I've always had problems with empathy, as well as like, I don't know, like being able to handle people's problems. Like usually I just like reach out and like try to, you know, make them feel better, but I don't know if it works with the words that I say. Most of the time they just like, they rant to me, and then I try to give them advice or like cement in their brain that whatever's going on is it's not their fault, you know? Pregnant car! Do not draw me pregnant. Do not draw me pregnant. I will kill you. I will ban you. Do not draw me pregnant. No. Yeah, only Mpreg. I'm never getting pregnant. Although, maybe one day. I don't know, I've always wanted kids. At least one. Two if the first one didn't actually fuck me up. Maybe. Can we draw Kampers pregnant? Yes, sir. You know what? Why not? Why not? Draw her and post it anonymously? No, do not. I will know who you are. Stoning chat to death, so motherly rhyme might not work. I'd be scared, because, like, my mom was, like, really bad to me. She was, like, physically and mentally abusive, and, you know, didn't take care of me properly. It was really hard growing up, and I'd be scared that if I did have a child, let alone if there was a father in the picture. The biggest anxiety is like, I don't want to have a child at all because I don't know when the father will leave. that's my biggest hurdle. Yeah, I would be scared of having a child because, you know, I'd be scared that I'd do the same stuff that she did, and I'd fuck up my kid just like she fucked up me. And I don't know how to, you know, and to give your child the childhood you want. Yeah, I do, and I don't know how I'd do, so I'm scared. You know, yeah, I don't want to milk by her father. I want one that's present, that I won't have to like yell at to like pick up his socks off the couch every single day. You know, I want somebody that like does the little stuff. I guess without me having to like ask. It's like, I don't know. I like to be surprised, but I've heard from a lot of guys where it's just like, oh, I can't surprise you. You need to tell me what you want. And then I tell you what you want, what I tell you what I want, what I really, really want, and you probably still don't do it anyway. I don't know. I've seen a lot of TikTok videos of like, oh, I almost got divorced until I told my my husband I was gonna leave him because he keeps forgetting to do basic things that I tell him to do, even though he said that he'd do them. You know, it's like, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back kind of stuff. And I don't know. Those TikToks will rot your brain. I mean, they will, but I feel like it also, like, it led me to value myself more. Not like a fucking conceited way, but like, you know, there are good people out there. Yeah, and like, it's not I don't take everything matter-of-factly. I feel like there's a lot of situations where, you know, things depend, obviously, because, you know, every relationship is different. Guys, I'm not stupid. I'm more wise than you realize. I may be sounding like a fucking dork and an idiot, but you know, I'm societally, as a spectator, I'm kind of, you know, I'm in the know. Give value. I don't know. It's just like, because I have troubles with a lot of stuff as well. I feel like I relate to a lot of the, like, complaints that women make about men. I feel like that's the kind of complaints somebody would probably have about me. You know, like, you need to tell me a lot of times to do stuff. Maybe that's why I value that kind of stuff, because I want them to do stuff so that I don't have to remember to tell them to do it because I didn't do it. You know? I feel like I'd need somebody that's like a little bit more, I guess, self-assured. Unlike me. Why are we talking about my love life right now, bro? We started talking about me getting pregnant. We gotta finish this story. We gotta finish it. You brought. I did. I'm terminally abster. What can I say? I'm a terminally abster. Classic girl talk. Yeah, we're gonna go into it one day, really deep. I'm about to tell you all everything. Dad, read the book. Okay, let me read your bedtime story. Okay, we'll pretend like that little tangent didn't happen ever. Okay, I never want to see either of me pregnant. By the way, thank you. Okay. Asteromorphs, descendants of the Spacers. Initially refugees, the Spacers were quick to master the vastness of interstellar space. Their isolated space arcs joined together and multiplied to form a gigantic interlocked artifact that was large enough to contain entire worlds. But no planets lay inside the Asteromorph capital, only cavernous, gravity-free bubbles where the inhabitants could finally develop to their fullest. Freed from the constraints of weight, their bodies grew spindly and insectile, with individual digits expanding into multitudes of thin, versatile limbs. Other than these, the only developed organs were their derived jet sphincters, which went on to become the principal means of locomotion. But above all were their brains, their bulging, swollen brains. With no hindrance from gravity, the human brain could grow into unprecedented sizes. Each generation devised experiments that produced offspring with greater cranial capacity, giving rise to beings who went through their everyday lives thinking in concepts and structures scarcely comprehensible to people of today. The physiological limitations of the human mind had been long since debated. Now it was established that these limits were indeed real, and individuals who could break them would likewise conquer new grounds in philosophy, art, and science. Everything changed. I am not giving you alien peanut. There's no peanut to give. Yet some aspects of humanity, such as the basic desire to expand, remained. To this end, the Asteromorphs built great fleets of globular subarcs and spread their influence across the heavens into every stellar cluster in every star system. Within less than 1,000 years, the galaxy was straddled by a new and far more alien empire of man. Strangely enough, its dominion included none of the newly emerging post-human species, for its masters had completely lost interest in planets, those stunting gravity-chained balls of dirt and ice. The newborn orcs settled comfortably in the outer rims of star systems, quietly observing the lives of their struggling relatives. For the first time in history, there were actual gods in the myriad human skies. They were silent and weren't even noticed for most of the time, but their watchfulness was ultimately going to pay off.
Look at this freak. Look at this dude.
Never mind, you do have the peanuts. Actually, no, that's the propeller. It's not a penis, it's a propeller. It's a propeller. It's a book name. Yeah, All Tomorrows. It's you can get a free PDF online. I think it's free. Yeah. At least I saw like 3 different links to like a free stuff. So, yeah. I saw a third leg. Yeah. Look, they have like a little flippers so that they can like change their trajectory in the middle of the flight. It's just kind of free. I like their little slits. No, I like their little slits because it kind of looks like they probably expand like cat eyes whenever there's like less light. It's kind of fun. You think you can helicopter that thing? Maybe. Actually, we should like make one. we should like biologically engineer it and figure it out. Not a penis, it's just a noose. Oh god damn it. Okay, we're getting into like the more beefy part of the history. This is where we start going into more of the, I guess, investigation of their history, more than simply just their like development, I guess, or like their evolution, and like based on what they are. This is like the history part of it. Description, yeah, it's less descriptions of like who they are, how they came to be, or like how the Q made them, or like what kind of image they're projecting, and we're past the they've developed, they've evolved. Now we're onto the like actual story.
Octopus eyes.
Octopus eyes. Did they have those kind of eyes?
Octopus eyes.
Oh, they kind of, I guess.
Well, I guess they are kind of slitty.
Oh, and they do have like a little membrane around it, so it kind of looks like they could probably close them. They look interesting though.
This is the little purple fella.
Okay, sir. let me go back. Okay. The Second Galactic Empire. Over time, the sentient post-humans began to reach out to the galaxy. They inevitably stumbled across the ruins of the Starmen and figured out their interstellar ancestry. These discoveries were followed by a realization that there might be others, like them, unimaginable distances away. Thus, the fledgling civilizations set about to probing the skies. The contacts, all established by radio communication, were not spread out evenly. The Empire began little more than a few million years after the coup left, with the first dialogue between the earliest killer folk and the Satiriacs. A few thousand years later, they were joined by the Tool Breeders, hailing out from the ocean depths through living radio arrays. The second wave of sentient species joined in during the following 10 million years as the modular whole. Saurosapients and the fledgling Asymmetrics contacted their celestial cousins. Finally, in the next 20 million years, newly evolving civilizations such as the Sauros, Snake People, Parasites, Symbiotes, and the Sail People successively contacted the burgeoning Galactic Empire? What? Contact? The Bugfacers were aware of the whole process, but due to their xenophobic experience, they only opened up after a staggering 40 million years of silence. Holy shit. 40 million years. Okay. This union was an empire of speech. for actual travel between the stars was too difficult to be practical. Like the bygone colonies of the Starmen, the posthumans cooperated through the unrestricted exchange of information and experience. Although covering every aspect of an astonishing variety of cultures, the Empire's efforts focused on two main issues: political unification, though not homogenization, and galactic awareness, constant readiness for possible alien invasions. Everybody had come across the remains of the mysterious coup. Nobody wanted a repeat of the same scenario. When the Second Empire ran into the Asteromorphs, who had silently saturated the galaxy with their own empire of man, they feared the worst. But luckily for them, the godlike beings were not interested in the Second Empire, nor any of its worlds. The Asteromorphs were given a wide berth and accepted as they were, incomprehensible, omnipotent forces of nature. This coordinated effort lasted for almost 80 million years, during which its member species attained previously unimaginable levels of culture, welfare, and technology. Each species colonized a few dozen worlds of their own, in which nations, cultures, and individuals lived to the fullest potentials of their existence. Needless to say, all of this was possible only through constant communication and a total openness to the galaxy. Most communities took this for granted and dutifully participated in the galactic dialogues. But there were others, silent, darkened beings who refused to join in. Through them would come the ruin of the Empire. Say hi to the bowling ball! Say hi to the bowling ball! Look at you! The bowling ball! Gravital. Descendants of the Ruin Haunters. After the lesson of the coup, Second Galactic Empire kept a constant watch against alien invasion. Ironically, they neglected to look among themselves. The second great invasion of the galaxy came not from outside, but from within. The Ruin Haunters, who were lucky enough to inherit the secrets of the Starmen and coup when other species were mere animals, had experienced a tremendous advance in technological prowess. All in all, they were as sophisticated as, if not more, than the Asteromorphs of the Void. But their ascendancy was not a sane one. Recall that most Ruin Haunters were already deranged with a twisted assumption of being the sole inheritors of the Starmen. They refused to communicate with their relatives on other planets, and kept to their own affairs. This neurotic hubris assumed truly dangerous proportions after the Ruin Haunters modified themselves. The origin of this modification lay in an earlier catastrophe. The Ruin Haunter's sun was undergoing a rapid phase of expansion, and the species, advanced as it was, could do nothing to stop the process. So the Haunters did the next best thing and changed their bodies. The infernal conditions of the solar expansion meant that a biological reconstruction was totally out of the question. Thus, the Haunters replaced their bodies with machines, floating spheres of metal that moved and molded their environment through subtle manipulations of gravity fields. In earlier versions, the spheres still cradled the organic brains of the last Haunters, but in successive generations, ways of containing the mind within quantum computers were devised, and the transformation became absolute. The Ruin Haunters were replaced by the completely mechanical Gravital. While not even organic, the Gravital still retained human dreams, human ambitions, and human delusions of grandeur. This, combined with mechanical bodies that allowed them to cross space with ease, made interstellar war a frightening possibility. Wall. He's just a fucking bowling ball. Why he built like that? Why he built like that? They became Ruined Gengars? Yeah, they evolved. Oh my god. Yeah, he's just fucking around. Why is he fucking around? He's so round! The peak of humanity is orb. Actually, I think peak of humanity is crab. I mean, evolution is always like, where's crab, right? This is what peak performance looks like. Truly. 3 peanut. Okay, we're scrolling past. Machine invasion. Okay, so we're 91 out of 112 pages. We're almost done. Okay. I yearn for the purity of steel. So, literally pollen, but at what cost? The cost is too high for us to bear. Okay. It took a long time for the Gravital to prepare. Propulsion systems were perfected and new bodies capable of withstanding the interstellar jumps were devised. But when they finally decided that the time was nigh, nothing survived their slaughter. The invasions followed a brutally simple plan. The target world's suns were blockaded and their light was trapped behind spatially constructed million-mile sails. If the dying worlds managed to resist, an asteroid of 2 finished them off. Enormous invasion fleets were built, but it was rarely necessary to deploy them. The machines had caught their cousins completely off guard. The Great Dyings, all of which occurred in a relatively quick 10,000-year period, stretched the boundaries of genocide and horror. Almost all of the new human species, unique beings who had endured mass extinctions, navigated evolutionary knife edges and survived to build worlds of their own, vanished without a trace. Even the coup had been loyal to life. They had distorted and subjugated their victims, but in the end they had allowed them to survive. To the machines, however, life was a luxury. Such thorough ruthlessness was not, ironically, born out of any kind of actual hatred. The Gravital, long accustomed to their mechanical bodies, simply did not acknowledge the life of their organic cousins. When this apathy was mixed with their unstained claims as the sole heirs of the Starmen, the extinctions were carried out with the banality of, say, an engineer tearing down an abandoned building. Under the reign of the machines, the galaxy entered a brand new dark age. Damn. A rare instance of a direct invasion by the machines on one of the shore cities of the Killer Folk. Most of the time, the inhabitants of the Second Empire were wiped out globally without the necessity of such confrontations. Damn. The Killer Folk. How are we feeling? Big death cube? Yeah, fucking big ass fucking death rhombus. Imagine you see this in the sky one day. Like, what do you even do? You just fucking die. Like that. You can't run away. They're gonna find you. And then just be sort of Omnissiah. Yeah. You know, fucked up when the evil spaceships have no spikes, but they're just dull slabs of metal. Yeah, it's literally just like one big brick. Guess I'll die. Yeah, I'll just like, you know what? We're gonna have to do it like that one guy in Pompeii did. we're gonna have to start working on the last one in our dear memory. God damn, I don't like. What can you even do? Can't do nothing. Especially since they're so advanced too. Okay, let's continue. When considering the invasion, the machine invasion brought on by the greatest wave. The machine invasion brought on the greatest wave of extinctions the galaxy had ever seen, for it was not a simple act of war by one species against another, but a systematized destruction of life itself. When considering such a vast event, it is easy to get lost in romantic delusions. It is almost as easy to write off the Gravitals as evil as it is to consider the entire episode as nihilistic. As a nihilistic end of everything kind of scenario. Both of these approaches are, as they would be in any historical situation, monumental fallacies. To begin with, the Gravital were not evil, at least not to their own perception. These beings, although mechanical, still lived their lives as individuals and operated inside coherent societies. They had surrendered their organic heritage, but their minds were not the cold, calculating engines of true machines. Even after giving orders that would destroy a billion souls, a Gravital would have a home to go to, and, as incredibly as it might sound, a family and a circle of friends towards which it felt genuine affection. Despite being endowed with compassion, their harsh treatment of their organics was the result of, as mentioned before, a simple inability to understand their right to live. Furthermore, the Gravital did not constitute a singular, indivisible whole whose entire purpose was to wreck the universe. True, their technological advancement had allowed them to form a pan-galactic entity, but within itself, the Machine Empire was divided into political factions
And even religious faiths. What? These machines have religion?
Superimposed over these fault lines were the daily lives and personal affairs of families and individuals. Like any sentient being, they had a sense of identity and thus differing agendas. Nor did the machine invasion mean the end of everything. There certainly was a widespread destruction of life, but what was lost was only organic life. Consuming energy, directing it for reproduction, thought, and even evolution, the machines were as alive as any carbon-based organism. Despite the turnover, life of a sort survived, and as would be seen, even preserved some of its organic predecessors. Damn, okay. Subjects, many descendants of the Bugfacers. The Bugfacers, racially shy and xenophobic due to their background of repeated alien invasions, became the first species to face the Gravital onslaught. As ironic as their fate seemed, the Bugfacers were the luckiest of the post-humans. Instead of being exterminated like the rest of their cousins, they survived as the only organic beings in the Machine Empire. What? They got fucking... What? They got spared? These guys out of every single fucking one? The precise reasons for their retention remain unknown to this day. Yeah, it's fucking Mary Sue's fucking spared by the fucking narrative. Okay. Perhaps the machines hadn't perfected their ruthless apathy by then, or perhaps they pitied the poor organics and allowed them to maintain a stunted parody of an existence. Whatever the reason, the Bugfacers endured, but they hardly resembled their original ancestors anymore. Genetic engineering, the lost art of the galaxy-threading coup, and later the tool breeders as well, was mastered almost as comprehensively by the machines, not hesitating to warp the beings which they did not really consider to be alive. They spliced their way into the Bugfacer DNA, producing generations of literal abominations. Would a woman or man of today show any apprehension towards reassembling a computer or even recycling trash? Such was the attitude of the triumphant Gravital. Thus, multitudes of subjects were produced, distorted to such an extent that even the meddling of the coup seemed comparatively timid. Most of them were used as servants, caretakers, and manual laborers. These were the lucky forms. Some submen were reduced to the level of cell cultures, useful only for gas exchange and waste filtering. Others were molded into completely artificial ecologies, baroque simulations that served only as entertainment. Some machines, with their still human ambitions, took this practice into a new level and produced living works of art, doomed one-off creatures who existed purely as biological anachronisms. Be it as tool, slave, or entertainment, humanity narrowly held on to its biological heritage, while its machine cousins reigned supreme for an unbelievable 50 million years. That is depressing. That is really depressing. They, literally can't catch a break. First, they were fucking, like, absolutely annihilated by, like 3 different invasions, or 2, that they successfully drove off, and now they go fucking taken advantage of by their fucking, by their cousins. These pieces were designed to be art. Yeah. I mean, yeah. This is also the cover of All Tomorrows too. This is the image that's on the cover. Paintbrush haircut. Yeah, he's one of those fan brushes. He looks like he'd be able to make really, really nice blends. Should have just joined the balls. True. But, I mean, they kind of did. But at the same time they didn't. Maybe, you know what? Maybe the Bugfacers were right. Maybe they were right to be xenophobic of other alien races. Look how that turned out for them. Both times. Massacred. Genetically engineered specifically to T-pose. Yeah, that's the art one. The Bugfacer archetype flanked by 2 of his twisted descendants. To his left, a phallus-bearing polydactyl, bred as a sacrificial offering in one of the many different machine religions. To the right, a one-off work of art, designed to play its modified fingers like a set of drums while ululating the tunes of a certain pop song. Hit me, baby, one more time. Do you think it's like a timeless classic? Ooh! And you're not gonna explain this? Are we just gonna scroll past this? It's dog. Kinda. Honestly, if I was a Gravital, I'd have one of these like funky vessels. I'd have like a round one for travel and one of these for leisure. Yeah, I think it is one of the abominations. It's really sad though. I just feel like an empathy for these like fictional fucking creatures. Vessels are I think they are. I don't know if it's like a huge big like ship or something, or if it's the Gravital itself. Not sure. I wish there was like a description or something underneath, but a card titan. He kind of does look like the card titan. Okay, the other machines. Recall that despite its galaxy-cradling might, the machine empire was not homogeneous. It contained dozens of differing factions that did not always agree on everything, including the treatment of their downtrodden biological subjects. Some machines, over a process involving several religious, social, and philosophical doctrines, began to comprehend the universality of life and the common origin of organic and mechanical humanities. Initially, such individuals lived in seclusion or withheld their beliefs from the world. They secretly engineered lineages of subjects that could live, move, and think as freely as they could. In a few memorable instances, the engineers fell in love with their creations, and their martyrdom inspired other machines to think just a little differently. That's your cousin. I don't think that's gonna work out. Imagine you're just some fucking like bug man. You're like, you know, you're minding your own fucking business, and suddenly some fucking ball takes you as his fucking as his wife. Like, how do you? I mean, I wouldn't say no. It's not like you can say no. But like, what the fuck? Eventually, the ideology gained enough momentum to be practiced openly in everyday life. However, the sect of toleration soon ran into odds with their hardline pan-mechanical rivals. The seething intolerance between the two factions finally broke free when some tolerant machines wanted to set several worlds aside for the unrestricted development of biological life. All hell broke loose, and the machine empire, the apparently seamless monolith of the galaxy, experienced its first short, bitter civil war. The war did not cause any lasting damage, but it plainly illuminated one fact: the greatest entity the galaxy had ever seen was not without its problems. Me and who? Me and who? I'm the big ass fucking wall. I say no. You guys, you whoever can be the wall. I'll be the weird ass fucking goat woman. Oh my god. Me and my girlfriend still never love you like you deserve with her flesh vessel, but she's real to you. When the wall finally listens, maybe it'll talk back one day. Imagine you're just like one of these guys. And like one of these, literally, I've already mentioned this, but like, does she really feel love for this wall? Does she really feel love for this wall? Or does she simply go along with him because she doesn't want to die? Or my hug at girl, the girl is the wall, by the way. But maybe it has heaters, maybe. You know what, if it's like really cold and the only thing I have to warm me is this wall, maybe I'd let it do anything it wants to me with those tentacles. We went in a giant circle back to the first Starman. True. Oh yeah, because the colonies started like falling in love with the machines, but now it's the machines falling in love with the pets. That's kind of funny. Okay. The fall of the machines, return of the spacers. In the longer run, the internal struggles of the machine just might have led to its downfall, but there was no need to wait that long, as the Empire died a shorter but immensely more cataclysmic death. For a long time, the machine and the asteromorph empires had been eyeing each other nervously. They hadn't yet run into open confrontations, as the asteromorphs kept mostly to their outer space arcs and the machine empire occupied the planets. In almost every inhabitable solar system of the galaxy, the same upside-down tension built up between organic beings living in the world and machines inhabiting perfectly terrestrial worlds. Power was evenly balanced between the two rival empires. Moreover, this balance involved forces strong enough to deploy planets en masse. Each side knew that any kind of war would result in mutual annihilation, and only insanity could start such a conflict. Well, the post-Civil War empire of the machines did go insane, in a sense. In order to divert attention from internal struggles, it needed a new enemy to consolidate its rival factions against. How unwise that this enemy came to be the asteromorphs. It is unnecessary and nearly impossible to describe the carnage that followed. The conflicts lasted anywhere up to a few million years, and the resulting loss of life, both mechanical and organic, made the initial machine genocide seem irrelevant. When the cosmic dust settled, the winners displayed themselves. The conquerors were the asteromorphs, changed beyond recognition after 50 million years of continual self-perfection. Their grossly hypertrophied brains stretched out like wings on either side, and their finger-derived limbs had formed an intricate set of sails and legs. Endowed with superior technology and limitless patience, these beings almost completely destroyed the machines, despite losing a substantial number of their own species. Spoiler. The conflict also thrust the asteromorphs into the affairs of their long-neglected human cousins. As impossible as it seemed, some of the machine's subjects had survived the ordeal. Now, the asteromorphs could no longer look away. With the machines gone, it was up to the asteromorphs to clean up after them. They took up the subjects and used their genetic heritage to populate entire planets. During this age of reconstruction, which lasted for another 2 million years, many asteromorph world builders emerged as true gods, creating inhabited worlds almost out of scratch. Their subjects, meanwhile, became the inheritors of a truly new war-torn phoenix of a galaxy. Is it supposed to be cut off? I guess it's supposed to be cut off. Damn. So, shit, that's a space bug. They look similar to the Q. Linear revolution. Do you think history was repeating itself with the Q? Let's get into it. Post-war galaxy. When replenishing lost worlds, the asteromorph gods also took measures to ensure the continued safety of their creations. The abrupt rise of the machines had shown that unless carefully regulated, the wealth of the stars could always host a race of pan-galactic usurpers. The asteromorphs, watchful but ever transparent, did not want to interfere directly. Instead, they produced terrestrial versions of their own kind to regulate the galaxy. They adapted their delicate ethereal fingers into spidery limbs and shrunk their brains considerably to readjust to the rigors of gravity. The resulting sideline was stunted by asteromorph standards, but still it produced demigods in every sense of the word. These beings, known as the terrestrial spacers, or simply the Terrestrials, nurtured and controlled the development of the post-war civilizations on many planets. They acted as caretakers, prophets, kings, and emperors, but also as grim reapers as the occasion dictated. The endeavor did not always proceed as smoothly as planned, of course. Most of the time, the newborn races refused to heed their mentors, and in several cases even rebelled against them. Needless to say, this crime was always punished with a swift extinction. Okay. Furthermore, even the Terrestrials grew corrupted. Instead of offering guidance, Terrestrials on many planets simply played God, weaving contrived religions around themselves to shamelessly exploit their subjects. It was not ethical, or even productive, but this method seemed to guarantee more stability than actually trying to bring up the new races. Okay, Pat. Fair enough. You have to play the religion card for them to be able to actually fucking listen to you. Okay. This way or another, organic sentience reclaimed its dominance in the galaxy. The new empire, managed by Terrestrials, populated by a myriad descendants of the subjects, and overseen ultimately by the omniscient Asteromorphs, achieved greater progress and a longer-lasting calm in the galaxy than all of its predecessors combined. Huh? That's a Terrestrial? Right, I wouldn't listen to this fucking thing either. What the fuck? A new Terrestrial shows the highly divergent yet still bizarrely human anatomy that is the characteristic of this species. These particular Terrestrials maintain a religious hegemony over their clueless subjects, dressing up in elaborate veils and headgear to assert their divine inheritance. The newest scenes. Okay, we're almost done. Casual genocide. Literally just like, oh, so you don't want to listen to me? Die. And it's just a big fast fucking death laser. Oliver Nurse is like, thanks, Mugeko. Thank you. I hope my lisps aren't turning anybody away. How's any other human? I mean, I feel like we've gone beyond human. I feel like we're way beyond human to even compare anything to it. Cute. No! Not cute. Although definitely not cool either. Sounds like the camp to me. Don't listen to camp leader die. See, I learned from the best. I learned from the Asteromorphs. They were once monkeys. We were all once fish. Kind of humbles you, doesn't it? I'm gonna shut up. Gonna continue reading because I can't fucking handle reading that shit. Long after their fall from grace, the machines still clung onto existence. During the initial aftermath of the war, the Asteromorphs had planned to exterminate every last one of them, only to discover that the machines were simply too useful to destroy. For millions of years, they had perfected the interface between mind and machine to such an extent that they could live and operate in the most inhospitable conditions. Such beings, deprived of their galaxy-straddling power, would make invaluable contributions to research and exploration in the new empire. There was a sense of poetic justice in all of this. The machines, who once distorted biological life forms to their whim, were finally treated to a similar fate. To begin with, the Asteromorphs completely scrapped their ability of self-contained gravitational manipulation, the very force that had rendered them invulnerable in the first place. They were given finite lifespans and slightly numbed imaginations, so that history would not have repeated itself. The degradatory nature of these changes, however, did not imply an overall regression. Unlike their ancestors, the new machines were endowed with nanotechnological bodies that could remodel themselves continuously, which meant that they could come in every shape and size imaginable, and imaginable, and then some that could not. A machine citizen could live for some time in the void of the space, conducting research, and then transform into a completely different body planned for a holiday on a cometary halo, tropical jungle, or a methane ocean. He or she would also make the trip personally by growing temporary hyperdrives and ramjet engines. Jeez. Despite their breathtaking versatility, the machines were never as common or prominent, even after completely accepting their role as lowly citizens of the new empire. The greatest wars in conceivable history had ingrained the organics with too deep a mistrust of their mechanical neighbors, and the new machines were always treated with a degree of discrimination. The sins of their fathers had come to shackle this most splendorous of all human species.
What the fuck?
come in every shape imaginable. Life goals. Honestly, I like to shapeshift. It'd be fun. I think it'd be fun, you know? Like, being able to, like, grow whatever parts you want. Can't even tell what that is anymore. Kinda looks like a... Kinda looks like a bug. With, like, a metal head. It's like, it's got part of it. She didn't get it? Wait, what did I get? What? Ah. This is what peak performance looks like. Yeah, you just have to be like semi-transparent. Eldritch Abomination. No! Actually, yeah. Yeah, actually.
Oh. That kind of come. Okay. Never mind. I'm scrolling past.
A machine citizen of the new empire, she sports a dazzling pair of branching arms that suit both the latest fashion trends and her job as an artisan. Machines following fashion might seem unusual to a reader of this era, but never forget that these beings are human intelligences, only in different bodies. These bitches are not human. I refuse to believe it. They literally committed, like, crimes against creatures. So many of them. Oh, anyway. Okay. Second contact. With successive waves of machine-aided discovery and colonization, the new empire grew exponentially. Such was the growth of wealth and progress that its description would need to use of concepts that remain unexplored today. To talk with the man of today about the comings and goings of the new empire would be akin to giving lectures of 20th century geopolitics to a hunter-gatherer. This magnificent entity was not blind to the universe and around it. I can't read anymore. It tuned in its eyes, ears, and sensors and probed the events of the surrounding galaxies. The new galactics suspected that the surrounding nebulae might also have their indigenous folk, and it was wise to contact them before a misunderstanding or conflict could occur. On a darker side, these observations also served as lookouts for potential invaders. Even then, the memory of the coup was not forgotten. The discovery was eventually made. One of the neighboring galaxies was showing patterns of activity that were the unmistakable signs of a sentient organization. Some thinkers reviled in the discovery of a new civilization, while others feared a return of the coup. Fortunately, the second encounter with an alien species proved to be a peaceful one. Perhaps the intelligences of both galaxies were finally mature enough to meet without quarreling. The other galaxy was dominated by connected unions of different beings, presided over by various kinds of amphicephaly, bizarre creatures that resembled giant snakes with heads on both ends, one of which bore a secondary or retractile body that they would use to interact with the world. Apparently, they had undergone alternating series of regressions, evolutionary radiations, and self-imposed genetic makeovers, just as humanity had. With all of their wild difference, the amphicephaly were welcome. They were the first, but surely not the last.
What the fuck?
An amphicephalous ambassador with spaceships typical of their kind. Her strange body plan portrays an evolutionary history as complicated as that of humanity. You know what? I believe it. This thing is like a the vor alien. Kind of does look like an alien because it's got like a little creature. You know, it's kind of weird because it kind of looks like it has like a vessel that it hides in, so it like looks more menacing. But on the inside, it's like, you know, it's their actual like brain and like actual usable thingies. It's kind of interesting, you know. Earth rediscovered. Ooh. The purpose of this work is not to describe the limitless progress that followed the cross-galactic contact. One could go indefinitely, chronicling how the United Galaxies re-encountered and subdued the coup, how they cradled their suns with artificial shells, multiplying their inhabitable zones a billionfold, how they crisscrossed interstellar space with wormholes and made travel a thing of the past. Ultimately, descendants of those beings even conquered time itself, prolonging the existence of their minds indefinitely via rejuvenating technologies. For a time, all men were gods. But from our vantage point, one discovery truly stood out in this orgy of advance.
This man really loves the word orgy. He just keeps fucking mentioning it.
Compared with gargantuan achievements like the taming of space and the construction of the star shells, it was a mere blip, a revelation of long-forgotten trivia. This was the rediscovery of Earth, the birthplace of humanity, where the omnipresent asteromorph, the star-gliding machine, and the millions of humble resident races could all trace their origins. It was made quietly by a singular researcher combing the vestiges of forgotten history. Decade after decade, millions of years of wars, invasions, and extinctions had buried the evidence thoroughly and comprehensively. When she finally came across irrefutable evidence, nobody was around to celebrate. That would come later.
Although,
by the time of Earth's rediscovery, humans have diverged considerably from their ancestral That is not a human.
that's just a fucking egg.
That's a Squidward egg. Writer's barely disguised fetish. Yeah, it's all like noses and long limbs. I think it's been confirmed the author is freaky. I've seen him interacting with fan art on Twitter. Does this mean I could possibly be oomps with this writer? Manifesting? Manifesting? Okay, return. The discovery sparked a certain amount of interest, though nowhere as much as other breakthroughs had. To most humans of the cosmos, their ancestral birthplace was simply an interesting piece of information, a piece of trivia with which they had lost all ties. Still, a ship was sent forth, and it landed without ceremony, for now there was no intelligence left on Earth. Too far away from the main centers of population, it had been completely ignored, gone stagnant and feral, but still, it was home. When the explorers stepped out, human feet trod on old Earth once more. After an absence of 560 million years, mankind was back home. All tomorrows. I must conclude my words with a confession. Mankind, the very species which I've been chronicling from its terrestrial infancy to its domination of the galaxies, is extinct. All of the beings which you saw in the preceding pages, from the lowly worm to the wing-riding sail people, from the megalomaniac Gravital to the ultimate galactic citizens, lie 1 billion years dead. We are only beginning to piece the story together. What you read was our best approximation of the truth. Why did they disappear? Perhaps it was a final, unimaginable war of annihilation, one that transcended the very meaning of conflict. Perhaps it was a gradual breakup of the United Galaxies, and every race facing their private ends slowly afterwards. Or perhaps, the wildest theories suggest, it was a mass migration to another plane of existence. A journey into somewhere, sometime, something else. But the bottom line is, we honestly don't know. Ultimately, however, what happened to humanity does not matter. Like every other story, it was a temporary one. Indeed long, but ultimately ephemeral. It did not have a coherent ending, but then again, it did not need to. The tale of humanity was never its ultimate domination of 1,000 galaxies, or its mysterious exit into the unknown. The essence of being human was none of that. Instead, it lay in the radio conversations of the still human machines, in the daily lives of the bizarrely twisted Bugfacers, in the endless love songs of the carefree Hedonists, the rebellious demonstrations of the first true Martians, and in a way, the very life you lead at the moment. Many throughout history were unaware of this most basic fact. The coup and dreams of an ideal future distorted the worlds it came across. Later on, the Gravital, with their insane desire to recreate the past, created the biggest massacres in the history of the galaxy. Even now, it is sickeningly easy for beings to get lost in false grand narratives, living out completely driven lives in pursuit of non-existent ultimates, ideals, climaxes, and golden ages. In blindly thinking that their stories serve absolute ends, such creatures almost always end up harming themselves, if not those around them. To those like them, look at the story of man and come to your senses. It is not the destination, but the trip that matters, and what you do today influences tomorrow, not the other way around. Left today and seize all tomorrows. The author with a billion-year-old human skull. Shout out to the author. Love that last sentence. I know, right? It's so love today and sees all tomorrow. It's like kind of like it's like cheesy, but it's like really sweet. You know, I think it's like really nice. Love that guy. You can be his oomph. Hell yeah.
Let me.
Oh, author of all tomorrows. Where are you? Author of all tomorrows. I'll find him one day. C.M. Kozman. Artist and researcher, author of All Tomorrows, All Yesterdays, and More. No! 11 hours ago. He's still alive! I'm not gonna go in for aliens. This was sweet. You're supposed to have like a aw moment. No.
Oh, don't go to the aliens.
Oh, well, that alien talk just to say to live in the present, absolute cinema. I know, right? All this like, oh, what ifs in the future. Oh, you know, like all this tales of, all these grand tales of extinctions and evolutions and billions of years and death and everything. In the end, none of this matters to us because we'll never be able to figure it out. We're not gonna be alive to see any of the future, unless the you know, the theory of reincarnation is true. But really, we should just live for today because we don't have many todays, and all of our tomorrows are gonna be fleeting.
Honestly, same, bruh. What do you mean 560 billions from years from now? Like, Earth is still here. It's supposed to be swallowed by the sun in a few billion years, or a million years. I don't know. But yeah, I still find it so fascinating how like evolution can span that long and like how much we change. I wonder what humans will look like in like 1,000 years. Cause like, or maybe 2,000 years. I wonder if we'll still be familiar, like kind of close, or if we'll reach them, you know, colonize Mars. You know, I think there's a lot of stuff with space that I'm really fascinated by, and I wish I'd be able to have all the knowledge about it. But I know deep in my heart that I'll probably won't be able to be alive to find all the answers I'm looking for. And it's terrifying, but it's also nice because that means, you know, whatever happens, I won't have to worry about it later on because I'll be dead. And when I'm dead, I'll be happy. Me 8 years crying because the sun will explode in a billion years. I saw that, and whenever I see that, I'm like, literally me. Bro, no, I'm not even kidding. I used to like look up like when an asteroid would hit Earth because I was like super paranoid. Like, it's actually a mental illness. I used to get really scared of planes you know, going past my house because it was like really it was really like, you know, you hear rumbling and I don't know where it's coming from, and I lived alone and I was really scared and paranoid and everything, so I used to be really terrified. And then I used to also fucking look up like when an asteroid would be passing Earth, and I'd always be really paranoid that the plane would be an asteroid. I just you know, I'm really terrified of both the Earth and space. I don't know. It's like a morbid curiosity. And then again, the biggest danger that, you know, pronounces itself to us every day is a fellow human being, which is kind of terrifying in and of itself. But yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff going on in life, and I hope I last, man. I hope I make it. I have to be looking for you. It's not his peanut! I'm glad then that I lived just in time to call you a freak every day. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time out of your existence to call me a freak. Thank you so much.
It's not likely to happen, but the chance is always there. That's my problem. There's like this specific website that like tells you like
how likely it is to hit, like what distance theoretically it should be like from the Earth and the Moon. And whenever there's like one coming in between the Moon, it's like really terrifying. Apparently there's supposed to be one in like, I think either 2027 or 2031. It's gonna be like really, really close to Earth, and it's supposed to be like really big, like really like an asteroid that's like really big. I think it's supposed to be like the height of the Statue of Liberty. So if that fucking hits, we're done for. I'm just so glad that we got fucking Jupiter to like start tanking all of our asteroids, you know. Oh. Born just in time to watch the dork. Yeah, see, it's kind of funny because like, you know, we've all coalesced here together, and we're all alive at the same time. I feel like there's no point in you know, thinking about, oh, I should have been born later or earlier, you know, because I feel like there's meaning to us being here now, and whatever meaning you bring out of that, you should always treasure and value the time you have here, even if it is watching a fucking anime girl online talking about fucking all tomorrows.
If I recall, the Yellowstone supervolcano isn't likely at all to explode for several centuries or millennia. I was also really paranoid about that. Apparently it is like
Bubbling
down there, but I don't think it's gonna be like a huge, giant, like explosion. Although it probably would be, because it's the crust pushing stuff up, and there's like a huge like deposit of lava or magma or both. And I don't know, how do you I'm really scared because apparently it'll absolutely destroy fucking everything. And the fucking it's not even the explosion itself, or eruption, sorry, eruption is the word. Eruption itself, it's gonna be all the smoke covering everything. I remember, I think in like 2011 there was that Icelandic volcano, and like people weren't able to fly anywhere because the sky was covered. Ash cloud, yeah. So paranoid about the big one, earthquake that was in California, myself into the Pacific. Yeah, it's so unpredictable. Like our planet is so fascinatingly destructive. Like the fact that there's earthquakes, like there's tectonic plate movements, you know, like there's so much stuff going on here that like we still don't really have the answer for. But yet we still know so much about the stars too.
Someone trolling the Yellowstone.
No. Okay, the big crunch will take us all out without ever realizing.
The big crunch? What do you mean the big crunch? The fuck is that? You're about to give me another paranoia.
The big crunch.
Universe expansion will eventually reverse, causing it to contract and collapse back into a singularity.
Ooh. I did hear about that. I did hear about like how we're expanding, but soon we'll have to like contract again. Otherwise, I think our fate is either like the space just keeps on expanding and expanding and expanding, and all the stars start dimming and, you know, dying out, because obviously we have a finite amount of resources in the universe, and you know, those things just kind of, you know, once they burn out, they're gone. Specifically stars as well. So all the stars burn out, and then we're just left in like this huge ass fucking void forever. That's terrifying. But then like, would it collapse back up on itself? I think I'd rather everything die everything die forever than like being collapsed on while everything's still alive. Will it return to nothing? Yeah. It is kind of terrifying because like our lives will end in the blink, but also I'd love to see what's on the other side. On the other side, as in like on those days where everything's dead, everything's empty. I want to see like, will we as a species survive? Like I want to know what's in the future. I'm so curious. But there won't be any answers. There won't be any answers for me anytime soon. This thing was Big Bang again. Yeah, we'll just get reincarnated. We're gonna return in this exact same moment in time on the next rerun. They'll have to turn it back on, turn it off and then back on again. No. Do you have the universe ending feels too sad? Yeah. It is pretty morbid, isn't it? Those are the big questions. Yeah, I don't, yeah. I have a lot of like yearning for knowledge. Not like the technical stuff, but like about like what comes after, I guess. Because I guess we're looking at the big heat death of the universe, or it's the big fucking ice age of the universe. There's like the two options that we have, as well as I hear that in like the more nearby future, the sun will start expanding. Thankfully, I think it'll just end up being a burnt out dwarf star, I think, after its expansion and collapsing. I don't think it's gonna be a black hole. I've heard that it doesn't actually have enough mass in it to become a black hole, which is relieving. However, I think it's gonna absolutely swallow Mercury and Venus, and we're gonna get burned to a crisp. So I'm hoping that by that time my grandchildren and my grandchildren's grandchildren and my grandchildren's and my grandchild ends up somewhere on maybe Mars, although it's probably gonna get really toasty there too. Maybe on a moon somewhere, one of Jupiter's moons. Take him to Europa. I hope we find out what's under the ice there too. I have a lot of like space knowledge that I wanna like know more about, but I'm stupid. So we'll be long gone. I can do this. Yeah, gotta prepare. Fear of antimatter dominance or something like that. Suddenly all matter could spontaneously flip into antimatter simply by antimatter. What? Huh? Simply by antimatter being present and spreading. Ew, that's like, what? That's gross. What do you mean antimatter? Because there's matter and antimatter. I can't wrap my head around that. Is this all tomorrow's? Hi, yes. Well, we just finished reading it. We just finished reading it. It took us 5 hours. Oh my fucking god! I've been streaming for 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're sorry. Thanks for stopping by though. We're just having idle talk about space now, and theoreticals in the future. This long reading all tomorrow. Yeah, I've it's been a few years since I think it like started gaining traction in 2017, 18, 19 ish, kind of maybe. No, I'm not sure. Home from work, how's everything going? We just finished the story. Well, book, novel. I don't know how to call it, but yeah. I hope you had fun at work. Happy you're reading peak fiction. Thank you. It's my second time reading it. I'm really glad I revisited it. I hope we can read another one. Maybe the fan submission of like the what if. Have to check. Yeah, the VOD will be up hopefully. Basically everything ends because in any moment another stupid theory is. Yeah, okay, fair. I think like an hour ago you mentioned wanting to stop, then forgot about it. No, I said I was gonna take a break. I wanted to end it today. I don't want to do a part 2. It all needs to do it. We need to do a whole podcast today. You know. How many galaxies and stars there are in the universe, and there's actually some people who still think the world is flat and we're the only ones who exist. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if we have aliens out there. You know, like I'm skeptic, but at the same time, like, there has to be something out there. Like, maybe they're not as advanced. Maybe. Or maybe, like, there were people, but something happened, asteroid wiped them out, like they did the dinosaurs here, you know, and, they're fucked. But I'm really hoping that we're not the only ones out there. Or, well, out here, I guess. Because, do you know how fucking fascinating that would be? Maybe they self-destructed? Maybe. The most likely alien life we'll find will be microscopic. I think, yeah, because there has been, I mean, there's been those, like, these planets are, like, the most similar to Earth that could host life. Not just human life, but, like, life. The races of humans are killed, most of them were assimilated them, so yeah, we're not the only ones. Shout out to the Neanderthals.
Or the, there was another one.
It does feel kind of sad because they could have evolved alongside us, you know, and we could have had like cousins, you know. But then I guess tribal wars and races and stuff would like play part, so somebody would end up getting eradicated in the first place. Heads of us being the only life on the planet. What? Are too great. However, the luck part is being around at the same time as another intelligence. Yeah, the luck it would be like, you know, being around at the same time. Because I'm pretty sure there would still be like,
what the fuck are you guys doing in the fucking?
I'm literally, what the fuck? What the fuck? I can't even stream for 5 hours on a Friday without you guys being gay. I never thought that my community would end up being boy kissers. You're all boy kissers. I fucking I want girls. You know what? I don't want my like 95% male audience. I want girls. At least if they kiss, I can get into it. This isn't even what you guys look like. This is. I feel like as soon as the design drops, you guys are gonna fucking go insane. But yeah, Kamper Yowie has been denied. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not into it, so you're not getting it. Well, okay, fine. It's staying up for now. It's staying up for now. I hope you make a recreation when you guys get a form. Do you look like Big Daddy for Zenless? No, you're smaller, more round, more digestible. Boarphobic! I'm not boarphobic. Technically, I'm a boar killer. Boar cooker. You guys are getting slow cooked. Prove it, eat me. Ow. Get eaten. Stop borking. In a stew? No, on an open fire. All new campers need to bring a girl with them if they join the Discord. I wish. Can we get at least one girl in the Discord today, please? I beg you, please. At least one girl. At least one girl. Please. I don't know any women. Shit, man. Can't do this no more. I think there's a few. Are there? Wait. I need to server settings. Roles.
She, her.
We have 17 girls!
Versus 207 males.
Oh my god. Okay, well, these are very, very, very interesting ratios. Oh my god. Yeah, sure. You know what? Sure. Okay.
most of them are my friends as well. Oh, Sheffield, I'm about to scare the 17 away. It's my superpower. You stay away from those girls. I will absolutely kill you if you even touch them. They're mine. See, women like you. Only 17 women like me. Maybe I can get that. Maybe I can get those stats up. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, well, I think it's time for me to go. It is 6 minutes past midnight, and I would like to sleep, actually, at a normal time, because I'm really tired. I need to sleep. He'll be the VTuber that breaks the sausage curse. I hope. I don't even know what my ratio is on YouTube. I checked it before, and I think it was like 2% female watchers. I content analytics. There we go. Let's see. Audience. Okay, my highest watched age is 25 to 34. Okay. And male 96.2, female 3.5. I really am for the boys, aren't I? I'm a bro tuber. I just attract guys all the time, everywhere. But it's a fate I've accepted. It's fine. Okay. Women hate it. They don't hate me, I think. Women, do you hate me? Please say psych. Okay. Fool's fanfare. Oh yeah, Fool's fanfare is going on. I need to advertise, guys. I have a concert thing that's gonna be happening soon. I took part in it because I am really good at networking and definitely didn't just join a thing that was an open invitation. There you go. Please be there. I'm singing in 2 songs. Fuck you, Twitch. I'm not gonna. There you go. I'm joining that. I'll be there. I have a duet with a really special lady in my life. She likes to scream. And the video is really well edited too, and I hope you guys like it. Yeah, Scarecrows dress up girly for you, will you? Actually, wait, no, that means you'll be femboys. I don't endorse them. 2 hours, but I don't know if I don't know if I'll make it, actually. I don't think I'll make it either. It's fine. I'll watch the VOD. There's a lot of performances that I haven't seen, actually. I'm looking forward to seeing them though. Okay, I'm gonna go. Alright, campers. Good night, campers. Get that fucking boy kissing out of here. This is peak female moments. Hi campers. Bye campers. Good night. Good night. Good night. Bye. Bugfacer? I hardly know her. Sorry, I need to get that out of the system. I was scrolling for a joke so hard there.